So, welcome everyone. Cernu, Bob Marley, Paul, always great to see each and every one of you, and anyone else out there. I saw you, Paul. So I was watching Prime's open panel. It was on Saturday with Eucharist. I also saw your appearance, and Aiko's. That was an overall interesting discussion, and a part of me wanted to join as well, but I think there was probably, at least for me, a little bit too crowded of a panel that I don't think I would be able to speak as much. And plus, Eucharist, I think they deserve the spotlight. Not that I would take over any sort of spotlight, but yeah, it was nice to see Eucharist on a panel, as it always is. Okay. So Bob Marley, you've done one of the take-home ones, like the 23andme, Ancestry. I'm sure there's a bunch of others that I don't know about. So I have not done any of them. That is a conscious choice on my part. I have, as of right now, zero interest. I've taken part in genetic studies for my own disease and condition, but I was literally recruited by a hospital, part of the hospital that I go to. And yeah, so far, well, I'm hoping everyone is having a great week. My week has been off to a good start. Had a great workout yesterday. I'm pretty much back to my full routine. Now that I'm able to work, I'm recovered from my mild injury, and I can work out lower body. I'm back to running, and I'm super happy to be back to running. My cardiovascular endurance is not quite the same as it was 6 months ago, but it's still, thankfully, I've retained a lot of my cardiovascular endurance, but I'm still trying to build up my endurance to where it was 6 months ago. As of right now, okay, my goal, hopefully by the end of this year, I'll get back to my original ability to run, of sort of my metric, this is good running for me. I can run 10 kilometers in under 45 minutes, basically at a pace of at around 11, 12, 13 kilometers per hour. So it's Bob Marley, yeah, your dad, I understand your dad's concerns, but they're not interested necessarily in the DNA per se, or not the physical DNA. Mostly all the information that you can get from the DNA, and all the information that perhaps you provide as a user of it. And yeah, just brief life updates, although nothing really different from what I've been saying for the past whatever million streams, or whatever, the past month. I have a decision to make in the next 2 weeks or so of committing to the full-time job, or not, trying to thread the needle between full-time PhD research and whatever type of employment. As of right now, like I mentioned before, it seems like I might be going in the direction of putting the PhD on pause and just pursuing the full-time job, or let's say commit to it for a year and then reassess. That's more or less where I'm leaning. And yeah, like I said, if I go that direction, it would allow me to invest more in the stream. It should allow me to stream more, because I would have, hopefully, a way more predictable schedule. And I can invest in, hopefully, a good setup for the workout streams. Buy a much better camera, although I think I'm going to bite the bullet anyways now and invest in one. And all that stuff. And, even just simple things like channel emotes. I think I have 2. I should get more. And there's not really much excuse not to. Even though obviously streaming is not my full-time job, I do want to, at least hopefully over the long term, produce good high quality content that is reflected in the quality of the streams. But again, these are all either long-term goals or it's a pipe dream. We'll find out. And on the topic of workout streams, I will be doing a workout stream tomorrow. That is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, my time. So we're gonna jump right into it. I think I have quite a bit of content that I want to cover. So before I cover the bulk of the stream, at least the way I've designed it in my mind, will be devoted to covering the genetic testing, like 23andme Ancestry, as requested by Cernu, fellow community member, which I'm super happy that they requested it. I will generally always do my best to cover topics that are requested if I feel or think like I can actually do it some justice and I can speak with some confidence about it. But full disclosure, like, I am not a geneticist, definitely not. I'm in no way qualified to, provide whatever genetic advice or whatever medical advice when it comes to genetics. But I have a good enough understanding, I think a well above average understanding of genes, genetics, the technology, etc. That's like I've covered it throughout my degree, and it's pretty reasonably fresh in my brain. And I've actively taken advanced genetic courses when I was pursuing my undergraduate degree, because at one point I was actually really interested in genetics, where as a result of the introductory genetics course that I took, and a couple other follow-up ones like intermediate genetics, I consciously chose to take an advanced genetics course. And this course was a mixed course where it was available to, pretty much undergraduate students who are basically in their last year of study of their bachelor's. And it's also open to graduate students, as in those who are doing their graduate studies in genetics. I took that course. And I did really well. But that course, that sort of opened my eyes, how getting a taste of just how complicated genetics can be, or at least studying it at that level of detail, to become an expert. It, at least to me, it was wild just how complicated it was. It was totally a challenging course, and I'm actually proud that I did exceptionally well in it. But I had to put in a really high amount of effort. And yeah, I see the things circulating on social media about Trump making a special announcement. Presumably, he's going to run. Or at least I'm just going to assume that's going to be an announcement, because I don't know what else he would announce, unless it's another social media platform. But yeah, I'm going to briefly cover a few things, some news, science, or maybe actually I'm going to be covering what I think is some bad science. So we're just going to start with that. So, this was published in the past couple weeks. October 31st, 2022. And this is published in PLOS 1, so Public Library of Science 1. That's what the journal stands for. Aurelian, welcome. No, I have never done any... One of these days, I will be doing a barrel roll. You can hold me accountable to that. But no, I have not done any genetic testing. Or at least none of the 23andme Ancestry ones. And I've actively chosen not to do those, because I have no desire to do them. Just because, the information, as I'm hoping to maybe convince you out, the information's basically not all that useful. And B, I don't necessarily want these companies to have my data to further their agenda. And I do have an article about that. So yeah, this was published in pretty highly respected journal. PLOS 1 is, a very renowned, respected journal. And I've certainly read dozens and dozens of articles from their publications. And they're certainly articles that they published that I hold in high esteem of oh, this is high quality research. But then this comes out, okay? Associations of alkaline water with metabolic risks, the quality muscle strength, a cross-sectional study among postmenopausal women. So, you know, it might not set off any alarm bells to, you know, those perhaps not familiar with the concept of quote-unquote alkaline water. But alkaline water is, like, not a thing. It's essentially almost literally snake oil. This is like the typical sort of snake oil product. And actually, if I remember correctly, the funders of the study, or one of the funders of the study, was like from that company. Where was it? Your acknowledgements? Probably not. Right. So funding. The funder provided financial research grant and support in the form of salaries for authors, but do not have any additional role in the study design, blah, blah. Yeah, so, well, first of all, the fact that they're saying that the funders provided, check that. Okay, never mind, they're saying the university. But, one of the authors, YMC, received financial research fund from Cuckoo International, which I believe this is the supplier of the alkaline water, basically the product that they're, you know, testing. Which is, you know, concerning. I don't want to double check that. Right, yeah. So, like, well, yeah, from Malaysia, basically this, it's basically sort of a, whatever, natural product company. Or, like, it's a consumer product company that happens to produce the natural product alkaline water. That's all. Yeah, as they say here, the title of the website, Best Home Appliances and Natural Care Services. So, like, and now they can say they have a scientific publication backing up whatever their product of alkaline water. And, you know, it does seem like, and I will emphasize the word seem. Should I tune into that? Although I personally have no interest. But I guess if there's enough interest, I'll acquiesce to the audience. But me at this point, I don't see why anybody would be surprised that he's running. Like, he's been holding basically campaign rallies, or what are essentially campaign rallies, like since 2016, basically. So yeah, this study, like, you know, it seems like they have found, you know, some benefits to consuming this alkaline water. Okay, yeah, fair. I am more than happy to have you as my basically, you know, CNN ticker at the bottom of my screen. So in conclusion, drinking adequate of water. So, like, there's clear typos in the publication, the official publication of this article. It's like, in conclusion, drinking adequate of water is paramount for public health, with access to good quality drinking water remains a critical issue. Sentence is just whatever, butchered. While consumption of alkaline water may be considered as a source of easy-to-implement lifestyle to modulate metabolic features, sleep duration, and muscle strength, further studies are warranted for unraveling the precise mechanism of alkaline water consumption on the improvement and prevention of metabolic syndrome and its individual features, muscle strength and sleep duration, as well as identification of full spectrum of individuals that benefit from its consumption. So, like, you know, they're calling for more research, but you know, it looks like based off of their analysis, okay, and I use the term analysis quite loosely because I don't really have much confidence in their analysis. I think there's a clear agenda here, where it's like, yeah, this is pretty much the question that I'm posing, Bob Marley, is how did that get oh, and Desperado Sensei, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. And I saw you on Prime's panel the other day. is on Saturday when talking about religion, God, etc. And as usual, he made some fantastic contributions. Shout out to Desperado Sensei, fellow streamer and community member. And, well, this is on a tangent, but yeah, I will, as Bob Marley requested, I will be soliciting the Discord if there's any interest in a viewer panel. Or another viewer panel. It's just a matter of like choosing a topic. First of all, let's not be mean-spirited, Aurelian. Prime is not a joke. So it's totally valid to criticize their content. Like, not everyone's content is for everyone. But like, I've been, for lack of a better term, since I'm not religious, like, blessed to be invited onto Prime's panels. And while I have no problem admitting that, not every single panel is like the absolute best time in the world, because it can get like frustrating, or I'm very often spoken over. But totally, in my opinion, there have been some really high quality discussions that have taken place on Prime panels. Where, like, yes, I understand some people, the criticisms that they're unproductive. I totally take that point. But I would not dismiss Prime's panels, like, just outright. That's just, again, my opinion. And at the end of the day, I'm just grateful to be invited on. I can't thank Prime enough for consistently inviting me on and giving me the opportunity to contribute and to, hopefully get my ideas out there. And thank you, Desperado. Much appreciated. So, yeah, to answer the question of how this got published, I mean, I have no doubt that whatever, they carried out some analysis, and they followed some kind of, like, scientific method. And it becomes really tricky because I'm not necessarily for, the high gatekeeping of scientific publications. Like, I don't know where that line is. Where it's like, as much as I advocate for open science and accessible science, like, I don't think any research should be behind a paywall. But, if this kind of like open science results in like publications like this, or people thinking that this is high quality science, I don't want that. And so I don't know what the answer is to solving this type of issue, where, like, I would say there's clear drawbacks and criticisms that I have towards our current process of peer review and publication, where, like I said, more open science, more accessible. But I definitely, like, I don't want this to get through. So, like, I don't know how, you weed out research like this while at the same time trying to, like, maximize open science and accessible science. Where, like, eLife recently, a journal, recently put out a statement about their pretty much like revamping their peer review process. Right. So, eLife's new model, changing the way you share your research. Where it's like, basically, to sum it up, like, I'm exaggerating, but they're basically like accepting everything. Where from next year, eLife is eliminating accept reject decisions after peer review, and instead focusing on public reviews and assessments. Since its inception, eLife's mission has been to innovate and improve the way research is communicated. with the increasing popularity of preprints among the scientific community, including eLife authors. 2021, we announced that we would only review articles that were available as preprints. Yes, totally. Like, Paul is a Prime mod, and I'm more than happy to have him here. So Aurelian, I would kindly ask, like, this is a warning. Be respectful. If you cannot be respectful, then, like, you can't be in the community. Like, you can criticize, but don't be disrespectful at all. That is the only warning that you'll get. So yeah, from next year, we will no longer make or accept reject decisions at the end of the peer review process. Rather, all papers that have been peer-reviewed will be published on the eLife website as reviewed preprints, accompanied by an eLife assessment and public reviews. The authors will also be able to include a response to the assessment and reviews. So, you know, essentially, like I said, they will be accepting way more publications and publishing it. So, I'm curious to see how this plays out over the long term. I think maybe this might be able to thread the needle of, like, you know, publishing things in an open access way that's more accessible. But hopefully it also, like, weeds out poor quality publications like these ones. Yeah, you can criticize Prime, but again, be respectful. You can criticize me too, but be respectful. I have to time you out, because not being respectful. I've timed you out for 10 minutes. You can criticize, but there's a way to criticize, and that is not the way. As much as I'm happy to have you here, if you can't be respectful, it doesn't fly. Second, all right, moving on, onwards and upwards. So, like, yeah, I'm interested in how eLife's new publishing model works out. I'm going to be tracking that pretty closely. On paper, it sounds like a big step in the right direction, I think. And yeah, you know, it's discouraging to see research like this published in, you know, a pretty well-respected journal. And just some brief news before we do the deeper dive into genetic testing. So, this came across my news feed today. Actually, there have been multiple articles that, like, I received across my news feed about, seems like a study came out showing that, well, basically, cannabis smoking is not, like, perfectly harmless, and that maybe the harms at the level of, you know, lung damage been underestimated, maybe. But we'll find out by reading this. So, cannabis smokers more likely to develop emphysema than cigarette smokers. Smoking is the most common cause of emphysema, a chronic lung condition resulting from air sacs becoming stretched and damaged. While many people smoke cigarettes, cannabis use has increased considerably, especially in Canada, because it is now fully legal in Canada. I mean, yeah, Sensei typically has reasonable base tape. In a new study, researchers found that airway inflammation and emphysema are more common in people who smoke cannabis compared to cigarette smokers and non-smokers. Cannabis is the most commonly smoked substance after tobacco and is used for both recreational and medical purposes. Yeah, you are correct, Paul. Generally speaking, inhaling any sort of, volatile organic compound that's been heated, not a good idea. As the number of cannabis users increases, there's an ongoing need to study the effects of smoking cannabis on the lungs. In a new study, researchers completed a case control study of cannabis smokers, tobacco-only smokers, and non-smokers and found that airway inflammation and emphysema are more common in people who smoke cannabis than in cigarette smokers and non-smokers. The researchers looked for evidence of emphysema and other lung changes using image analysis of the chest CT scans. So it looks like they actually scanned the lungs of I guess the patients that they recruited. They found that people who smoked cannabis had higher rates of airway changes than people who only smoked tobacco or non-smokers. Lead author, Dr. Giselle Reva, a cardiothoracic radiologist at Ottawa Hospital in Canada and assistant professor in the Department of Radiology, Radiation Oncology, and Medical Physics at the University of Ottawa, explained to Medical News Today, emphysema is a disease of the small air sacs in the lungs. When the walls of those sacs get damaged, small holes are created in the lung, and in those areas, the gas exchange function of the lung is impaired, taking in oxygen and removing carbon dioxide. Yeah, you would guess. And this is why I think ongoing research about this is important. I mean, this is not the final nail in the coffin, right? This is just one piece of research. We have to, put it into context. But definitely there should be further research so that hopefully we can have, ideally a full understanding of the effect of cannabis smoking on the lungs, or well, pretty much ideally we want to know all the effects on the body of smoking cannabis. But I do think most people operate under the assumption that, smoking cannabis, when it comes to just strict lung damage, that is like less damaging than tobacco smoking. And I don't know if that's exactly the case. This research, but at least call that into question. Comparing the effects of cannabis versus cigarettes on the lungs, researchers used a retrospective case control study for chest computerized tomography scans findings to examine the effects of cannabis and cigarettes on health outcomes like emphysema, which may cause chronic cough and lead to difficulty breathing. As part of the research, 146 participants were categorized into the following groups. So 56 cannabis smokers, basically an equal amount of non-smoker control patients, or tobacco-only smokers, so 33. The researchers compared CT images of cannabis smokers to heavy cigarette smokers and non-smokers of the same age and gender. So they're basically, it's basically just like a picture-to-picture comparison, and they tried to control the variables like age and gender. They found that emphysema was more common in cannabis smokers than in cigarette smokers or non-smokers. And I'm curious, so here's where they might cover it later on, but I'm wondering if they have data about the frequency of consumption. It's like, is it the case of like the cannabis smokers? So I'm like I'm basically inexperienced when it comes to consuming cannabis or pretty much like any sort of whatever psychoactive substance. But is it a matter of frequency? Are the cannabis smokers, they're just like smoking whatever 10 joints a day, and the tobacco smokers, it's only like 5. Therefore, it's just like more cumulative exposure. But we'll see if they cover that later on. Let's see. 93% of the marijuana smokers had emphysema, rather than 67% of the tobacco-only smokers. Interesting. The CT scan images were reviewed separately by 2 trained radiologists who were blinded to the clinical history of the participants. that is, their history of cannabis or tobacco use. Any lung findings identified were classified into either emphysema or airway changes. Statistical analyses were performed, and a consensus was agreed upon by both radiologists to ensure a consistent approach to their review. The researchers also found that cannabis smokers who had higher rates of airway inflammation. The CT imaging showed more mucus buildup in the airways, bronchial wall thickening, and sometimes irreversible enlargement of the airways. This can lead to more congestive symptoms and predispose to infections, Dr. Reva noted. Ultimately, we need more robust research before we can make sweeping conclusions. And yeah, that's totally fair. Said, this is not the final nail in the coffin. Studies like these, it just warrants more studies, more research. I don't want to be alarmist, like or fearmonger. Yes, more robust research, the primary message. Dr. Reva added that cannabis smokers also had higher rates of gynecomastia. Interesting. This sort of like suggests something hormonal is changing, or like this is just a correlation. Who knows? But yeah, so gynecomastia, increased breast tissue growth in males. So this was already a known association. I definitely did not know that. Cannabis smoke. Male breast tissue was found in 38% of the marijuana smokers, compared to 11% of the tobacco-only smokers, 16% controls. Well, I'm sure it's interesting and engaging, but I think my guiding principle at this point is like the less coverage, the less eyes on Trump, the better. And so, yeah, I don't think I want to watch that. There's definitely a part of my brain, like, curious to watch, you know, the typical unhinged Trump speech. But I'm hoping, like, for the greater good, I minimize the number of eyes on Trump. Understanding the risks of smoking cannabis. In general, the public perception is that cannabis is relatively safe. And yeah, I think far too many people. You know, I think, as usual, there's the pendulum swing of like totally, you know, go back, whatever, maybe just 10 years, whatever, 15, 20 years, I would say whatever, 50 years, like cannabis was, you know, highly stigmatized. You know, still criminal offense in many parts of the United States. I think about half, or I think about 22, 23 states have legalized. And so, like, still heavily stigmatized, criminalized, which that should not be the case. And that hopefully the United States, in this aspect, catches up to Canada, and makes it legal. As, like, nobody should be in prison or have a criminal record as a result of cannabis consumption. But like now, you know, the pendulum swing of like, oh, cannabis is like, you know, harmless. I think it's like too far in that direction. Or, you know, we've gone from, you know, oh, you know, cannabis is like, you know, the devil's drug. Now it's like, you know, pretty much like perfectly safe for everyone. And so I think that's a little bit too much of a... yeah, that's true too. That's totally fair. No, nobody makes perfect choices, right? Myself included. Obviously, you know, we all advocate for better choices, but there's no perfect human being. But the newly identified link between cannabis use and irreversible lung damage could mean that cannabis is potentially more harmful than many people may realize. A possible explanation, noted Dr. Reva, is that cannabis is usually smoked unfiltered, whereas tobacco cigarettes are generally filtered. When marijuana is inhaled, more particulates reach the airways and are deposited, Dr. Reva explained. These particulates are likely airway irritants. The way marijuana is inhaled compared to tobacco, with longer breath hold and higher puff volume, may lead to microtrauma to the air spaces, causing little holes, such as, well, yeah, i.e. emphysema. So, again, I'm basically ignorant when it comes to smoking cannabis, or pretty much like cannabis consumption overall. Where it's like, So they're saying that maybe one of the contributing factors to this, what looks like greater lung damage as a result of smoking cannabis, is that, like, yeah, cigarettes are filtered, and very often, inhaling marijuana, it's unfiltered. So is it a matter of like adding a filter if you can to whatever joint that you roll? Is that even a thing? Like, I don't know. Can you add a filter? A marijuana cigarette? Since I'm ignorant on these things. Or like, does that somehow I don't know, decrease the quality of the joint? Whereas like, yeah, is a potential sort of step in the right direction. Is just like advocating for like, yeah, if you're gonna smoke marijuana, put in a filter. Yeah, that's I'm just asking the questions. I'm thinking out loud. And like, or is it a matter of like, you know, cigarettes, they're manufactured in, you know, in a highly controlled environment, right? They're rolled, they're put into packs. The filter is like added, it's built into the manufacturing process of the tobacco cigarette. Is it something as simple as like, you know, we should like standardize the way, you know, joints are made, and that like, you know, you should have a high quality built-in filter that actually pretty much acts in a similar fashion to the tobacco filters, and it filters out those particulates. I used to smoke cigarettes pretty heavily for like 10 years. There's definitely a difference from smoking filtered versus none. I would assume so as well. And yeah, that intuitively makes sense to me. And yeah, I have zero experience in tobacco. But I do come from a family, or rather like both my mother and father were pretty heavy smokers when I was younger. Thankfully they quit. But yeah, like this is a very curious finding, where it seems like, yeah, this filtering is a pretty significant variable. And also like the cumulative, or like just the method of consumption, whereas they allude to here, when you inhale the cannabis, like you are very often like holding it into your lungs for, I don't know, a few seconds, I guess. And there's like, you inhale more, higher puff volume, I guess is the technical term. I don't think, at least as far as I know or understand, like most people aren't like deeply inhaling when they're smoking their tobacco cigarettes, as opposed to like cannabis. At least from what I see in movies, sometimes it's like a competition of like who can inhale the most in one breath, who can fill up their entire lung capacity with the cannabis smoke, I guess. Dr. S. Thomas Gadigar, a critical care medicine specialist, a pulmonologist and medical director of the ICU at Providence Cedars-Sinai Tarzana Medical Center, not involved in this study, told Medical News Today, the findings of the research point towards confirming a trend we have observed with younger patients presenting with more breathing difficulty. Any inhalation of particulate matter, whether tobacco smoke or marijuana, causes inflammation within the airways. However, both additives, including flavors, preservatives, and pesticides, can be highly variable between cannabis and tobacco products. Alternatives to smoking cannabis. The findings of the research may have implications for some patients who smoke cannabis-derived products, pain relief, or other reasons. While some people may rely on cannabis for pain relief or other medical reasons, there are a number of alternatives to smoking cannabis that don't involve inhalation. Alternatives may include cannabis products containing tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, pretty much like the main psychoactive ingredient of marijuana, which produces a high, or hemp or CBD products containing less than 0.3% THC. Edibles, ingestible tinctures, oils, topical lotions or creams. Some patients have luck with applying cannabis-derived products topically or ingesting, and these do not have the same implications as inhaled products. It is an individualized approach and may require trial and error. Still, Dr. Reva noted that the long-term effects of ingesting cannabis are not yet fully known. The problems that we identified in our study were airway problems from smoke inhalation. It would suggest that vaping, smoking, and pipes cause these problems. Other forms of cannabis, as eating, lotions, are unlikely to affect the airways, but ultimately, more research is still needed. Nancy Mitchell, a registered nurse, a contributing writer at Assisted Living, not involved in the study, said marijuana smoking has clear implications for respiratory health. So while it may provide relief for other ailments, consequences may not be worth the risk. The fact there's increased inflammation among marijuana smokers than non-smokers, and those who only use tobacco raises an eyebrow about the true wellness value of using cannabis to treat ailments. Mitchell noted that cannabis is generally considered a more natural or herbal remedy. Some people may be interested in other alternative or complementary techniques, such as diaphragmatic breathing, guided meditation. Meditation encourages you to focus on your body and listen to its needs. It builds self-awareness, which in turn helps patients to control their pain thresholds and manage discomfort. And yeah, so we're circling back to mindfulness meditation, or hopefully more encouragement for Bob Marley or anybody out there of the benefits of mindfulness meditation. So that pretty much wraps up a little bit of science and news that I wanted to cover before getting into the main topic, genetic testing. And yeah, just to kind of like reemphasize, I was sent like another article about the science that came up. This is just like a different article on the same content, pretty much like reiterating the message. Like, oh, research is coming out that cannabis not perfectly harmless, and we may have underestimated the damage to the lung. Maybe, but more research. So Aurelian, you are absolutely correct. There does appear it seems like for the majority of people, okay, mindfulness meditation, or whatever, meditation generally, is typically beneficial for the majority of people. But from some of the research that I've seen, there does appear to be a minority demographic of people that almost meditation has an opposite effect on them. Where for most people, the vast majority of people, meditation, like mindfulness meditation, reduces anxiety, has beneficial effects on depression. But there's a very slim minority. I can't remember numbers offhand, but it's like a less than 1%. Yeah, of mindfulness meditation can actually increase anxiety, and that there's no perceived benefit whatsoever. And I think that also holds true if I remember correctly. Again, I'm just going by the filing cabinet in my brain of transcendental meditation is also another form of meditation, where it's generally speaking, on the whole, it's beneficial, has multiple positive effects. And again, going from memory, for that small minority of people where the mindfulness meditation actually has kind of that opposite effect of increasing anxiety, some of those people may get the beneficial effects of transcendental meditation. Basically, if mindfulness meditation isn't working out, you may transcendental meditation may work out. There's also again, a minority of people that neither mindfulness meditation nor transcendental meditation appears to be beneficial. And that's that appears to be, so far, what I gather, the very tiniest minority. But that the overwhelming majority of people and typically have some sort of benefits from incorporating their mindfulness meditation or transcendental meditation, or whatever form of meditation that you find useful. So to the main topic of genetic testing, specifically those at-home DNA testing kits. So there have been a number of kind of mainstream, CBC Canada, Canadian mainstream news outlet. But yeah, they do have actually quite a few, what I would say, pretty high quality articles. So first things first, we should probably cover, what exactly is 23andme doing? Or at least maybe to get a better understanding of what 23andme does. I think many people are under the assumption that, these companies like 23andme, they are sequencing your genome. Where it's like, kind of like if your entire DNA sequence is like, a giant book, all those letters, they are just like reading that book for you, and like, they're interpreting it, or they're attempting to interpret it for you, and giving you the information. But it's not what they're doing. They are not sequencing your whole genome. Thank you for the link. I save it, check it for later. So yeah, they are not sequencing your entire genome when you submit your saliva. Yeah, exactly. But hey, keep at it, Desperado. But like, sequencing an entire human's genome, like, not an easy feat. And 23andme and like Ancestry, whatever.com, they are explicitly not sequencing your entire genome. They are doing, the technical term would be genotyping. Where it's like, you can almost sort of consider it as like, a snapshot. Or, instead of you getting like the entire book, they're like picking out, decent amount of words, like condensing it. And in addition, to the genetic information that they give you, from what I understand, they also they give you information about, your ancestry, or your ethnicity, like whatever, your X%, this ethnicity, your X%, whatever, this race. So how are they doing that? Well, how they're doing that, is basically just by comparing it to other people that they are confident that they know their ancestry. Where it's like, it's sort of explicitly stated here and highlighted. We calculate your ancestry composition by comparing your genome to those of over 14,000 people with known ancestry. When a segment of your DNA closely matches the DNA from one of the 47 populations, we assign that ancestry to the corresponding segment of your DNA. And so it's like, it's basically just through comparison alone. Smugbug is still around. Like, they have their own channel. I'll shout them. I don't think I'm following them, but I probably should. But I've been on a panel with them. Yeah, they definitely have, like, actually, it's funny, on this topic of genetic testing, I was literally on a panel with Smugbug and a few others, talking about eugenics, or pretty much like giving my position of like being against eugenics, or the topic of the panel, the new eugenics. So Smugbug is definitely still around. So yeah, basically, 23andme, when they're determining your ancestry, they are not like looking at your DNA or, your DNA sequence, and like from your DNA sequence, They're not saying like, oh, you know, Corey is half Chinese. They're looking at my DNA sequence, and like they're comparing it to a bunch of other sequences that, you know, they have established. They know the ancestry, and then they're saying like, oh, you know, Corey's you know, DNA sequence, it matches closely with, you know, this person's DNA sequence, and this person happens to be of Chinese ancestry. That means that Corey has some Chinese ancestry. Basically, if they didn't have this group of 14,000 people where they know the ancestry, they could not say anything about your race, ethnicity, or, you know, your ancestors, whatever country of origin. So that's why, like, I consider the information that they provide pretty bogus. And there's a whole bunch of other issues. But again, the main message that I want to get across is that they are not sequencing your entire genome, because that's a huge undertaking. And they are not getting your ancestry information only from your genetic information. It's through comparing your genetic information with some other known genetic information that they've characterized, and then they do their analysis. Which is why they want more and more people to volunteer their information. Because as they increase their database of known genetic information and known ancestry, then each new person that submits a sample they want to characterize, and then they just have an even greater database to compare to. And like that should presumably increase the accuracy. So basically, you know, as of right now, they say that they're working with 14,000 people with known ancestry. It's in their interest to have more and more people with known ancestry. Enjoy it well. I hope you have a good class. I hope your students are well behaved. And yeah, you'll be more than welcome back if you want to return. But like, yeah, if they have 20,000 people, you know, 100,000 people with known ancestry, they just have a much better database to compare to, and it's in their interest to do that and to make that database. So that's the main message that I want to get across. And so we're just going to go through, you know, some of, let's say, the strange news articles that have been published. And I'm also going to be covering some more official scientific publications. But we'll start with, you know, the mainstream. Geneticist at a popular ancestry company admits it's kind of a science and an art. One set of identical twins, 2 different ancestry profiles. Interesting. At least that's the suggestion from one of the world's largest ancestry DNA testing companies. Last spring, marketplace host Arlcy Agro and her twin sister, Carly, bought home kits from Ancestry DNA, MyHeritage, 23andme, and whatever, a bunch of other ones, and mailed samples of their DNA to each company for analysis. Despite having virtually identical DNA, the twins did not receive matching results from any of the companies. And there's likely multiple reasons why that is, but it goes back to pretty much what I just covered, of like, since, for example, and they tested 23andme here, so 23andme, they are working, as they explicitly state on their own website, they are working with their own database of 14,000 people with known ancestry. And then each new genetic sequence that they get, like for example from these twins, they compare it, use that database to, you know, try to come to conclusions, okay? But then if you go to another company, like Ancestry DNA, they will have established their own database that's going to be slightly different than 23andme's, okay? And so if now you have a new genetic sequence and you're comparing to a different database, obviously there's going to be some overlap, right? But this is where you're going to get like small deviations, where like I'm sure it's probably like as you're sort of seeing here. It's not like it's worlds apart, where they're getting something like, totally just like complete 180. But it's just like small fluctuations. But like, the genetic information is the same, right? The DNA is the DNA. And like the sequence is the sequence. And so like why would there be any discrepancy whatsoever? Well, a large part of that comes from each company that they're testing. They will have their own particular database that they compare new genetic information to. And since each company will have its own unique database, well then it'll come up with its own unique sort of conclusions about a new sequence. That's pretty much what you're observing here in this story. So yeah, in most cases, the results from the same company traced each sister's ancestry to the same parts of the world, albeit by varying percentages. But the results from California-based 23andme seem to suggest each twin had unique twists in their ancestry composition. That's a good question. From a biological perspective, the answer, as far as I understand, I'm pretty confident in my answer. The answer is no, because these are just like these are arbitrary lines that we've drawn, off of whatever, skin color, country of origin, etc., etc. Where it's like even the categories, what does broadly European ancestry or ethnicity mean, right? Like I don't know, through genetic testing, you're looking for a specific answer, and the specific answer that you get is some part of you is broadly European. That's useless. According to 23andme's findings, Charles C. has nearly 10% less broadly European ancestry than Carly. She also has French and German ancestry that her sister doesn't share. The identical twins also apparently have different degrees of Eastern European heritage. 28% of Charles C. compared to 24% Carly. And while Carly's Eastern European ancestry was linked to Poland, the country was listed as not detected in Charles C.'s results. The fact that they present different results for you and your sister, I find very mystifying, said Dr. Mark Gerstein, computational biologist at Yale University. Twins' DNA is shockingly similar. So Marketplace sent the results from all 5 companies to Gerstein for analysis. It says any results the Agro twins received from the same DNA testing company should have been identical. And there's a simple reason for that. The raw data collected from both sisters' DNA is nearly exactly the same. Well, there have certainly been some also like bizarre stories published as a result of these genetic tests, where it's like, reuniting long lost family members, or a family member finding out that they're not a family member. It's shockingly similar, he said. The team at Yale was able to download and analyze the raw dataset that each company used to perform its calculations. An entire DNA sample is made up of about 3 billion parts. But companies that provide ancestry tests look at about 700,000 of those to spot genetic differences. Right. Like I mentioned earlier, the entire, human genome, it's about, as they say, 3 billion parts. I think it's exactly well, not exactly, but it's more closer to 2.8 billion, if I remember correctly. Billion. Why do I have to? Whatever. All details. Oh, no worries. You do your thing. Yeah. They are not sequencing all 3 billion parts of your DNA sequence. Okay, as they say here explicitly. They look at about 700,000 of those to spot genetic differences. So really, you're getting, if I'm doing my math correctly, less than 1%. 3 billion. That's 300 million. That is not. There we go. I shouldn't even have started with that. But whatever. So 700,000. This is just like for my own curiosity. Divided by 3 billion. 30 million, 300 million, 3 billion. Times 100. So like, yeah, it's like much less than 1%. That doesn't surprise me. You know, he's noteworthy enough and cool enough to be the first. Yeah, and like, you know, if you want, you know, if you want to sequence an entire human genome, well, you know, might as well choose someone cool and noteworthy, because it's not an easy thing. Like, as they say here, it's 700,000 out of 3 billion. And so it's like, this is 0.023%, right? So it's like, you know, it's like when it if your entire like surface area of your body is like, you know, your entire human genome, like, you know, you're looking at like less than your pinky finger, right? If it comes to percentages, and then you're drawing conclusions from that. I'd say that's highly problematic, and like, you know, fundamentally flawed. Or at least, you know, you should be aware that you're like getting a snapshot, and that like this is largely incomplete information. Like I'm not saying that these types of tests have like no utility whatsoever, but just recognize there are very clear shortcomings. And I'm gonna show some scientific articles where it's like it has a good application. According to the raw data from 23andme, 99.6% of those parts were the same, which is why Gerstein and his team were so confused by the results. They concluded the raw data used by the 4 other companies was also statistically identical. Still, none of the 5 companies provided the same ancestry breakdown for the twins. Did he now? Well, that doesn't... Good idea. I think we know enough now. We knew enough back then that, you know, bats carry a lot of viruses. We think the number should be spot on the same. While he can't say for certain what accounts for the difference, Gerstein suspects it has to do with the algorithms each company uses to crunch the DNA data. The story has to be the calculation. The way these calculations are run are different. When asked why the twins didn't get the same results given the fact their DNA is so similar, 23andme told Marketplace in an email that even those minor variations can lead to its algorithm to assign slightly different ancestry estimates. So like, yeah, so in addition to, like I said, different database of people to compare to, they also have their own algorithm, right? It's unlikely that it's, you know, a human, you know, making the link of like, oh, this is new genetic information. How does it compare to what we have in our database? It's like, no. As they say in the article, this is like algorithm based. It's like likely an automated process. And so probably each company, in addition to have its own unique database of like known genetic information, almost certainly each whatever a genetic testing company likely has its own algorithm. Like those two things also are variables at play to explain the discrepancy that you're seeing here. The company said it approaches the development of its tools and reports with scientific rigor, but admits its results are statistical estimates. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping just about every scientific company is gonna say like, oh yeah, we approach things with scientific rigor. But what company is going to admit that like, yeah, we're just BSing here? Family had told the Agro sisters their ancestors come from Sicily, Poland, and Ukraine. However, the results each sister received from the ancestry companies revealed some surprising and in some cases conflicting family history. Ancestry DNA found the twins have predominantly Eastern European ancestry, 38% for Carly and 39% for Charles C. Like, I understand that they're twins, but like, why name them so similarly? Carly and Charles C. But the results from MyHeritage trace the majority of their ancestry to the Balkans. 60.6% for Carly. So basically, you know, pretty identical. But this is just like showing the differences. One of the more surprising findings was in living DNA's results, which pointed to a small percentage of ancestry from England for Carly, but Scotland and Ireland for Charles C. Yeah, so like, whatever. Carly got this map for their ancestry, and Charles C got, you know, something a little bit different. There's obviously clear overlap, right? Like I said, it's unlikely to be, you know, worlds apart. But, you know, there's like these kind of like small and weird variations. Another twist came courtesy of family tree DNA, which assigned 13 to 14% of the twins' ancestry to the Middle East, significantly more than the other 4 companies, 2 of which found no trace at all. Dr. Paul Meyer, population geneticist at Family Tree DNA, acknowledges that identifying genetic distinctions in people from different places is a challenge. Finding the boundaries is itself kind of a frontiering science, so I would say that makes it kind of a science and an art, Meyer said in a phone interview. At least, I mean, that's putting a positive spin on it. How it works. In order to determine someone's ancestry, companies like 23andme compare a DNA sample to what is commonly referred to as a reference panel. All right, so they have to have something known in order to characterize the unknown sample. A reference panel is made up of a select number of DNA samples from previous customers who have taken the test and/or from publicly available DNA databases. Some people can break down alcohol because they have the enzymes, but others... you mean can or can't? Because, so you are totally correct. Where, like, particularly individuals of Asian descent very often have a reduced ability to metabolize alcohol because their specific enzyme, alcohol dehydrogenase, is like its activity basically lower. No, you're not you're not telling me something new. So there is sort of a common reaction to alcohol that many individuals of Asian descent have, is like they have what they call, I think the term is like, you know, Asian flushing syndrome or something to that effect. Or yeah, alcohol flush reaction. Where it's like, yeah, as a result of basically the reduced ability to metabolize alcohol, some of the toxic byproducts build up. Sorry, it's not alcohol dehydrogenase. Yeah, it's acetaldehyde dehydrogenase. Where it's like, yeah, you have, this is the reaction pathway, the metabolism of alcohol, specifically ethanol to acetaldehyde. Welcome, Durianus. Always a pleasure to see you here, and always a pleasure to see you in Prime's chat, in Wix chat. You're asking a great question. Is it that the enzyme activity is lower, or is it like, yeah, as a result of like mutation? Is it something at the structural level of the enzyme that reduces its ability to metabolize the ethanol? I do believe it's largely due to expression, where it's like they just don't express as much of the acetaldehyde dehydrogenase. But you want to clarify that. Yes. So they're homozygous, so they need 2 copies. Yeah. So yeah, 2 alleles, low activity. Or heterozygous, yeah. So basically, they need 1 version of the deficient, the deficient version. Well, 1 allele of the deficient version. With 1 low activity and 1 normal allele. Homozygotes for the trait find consumption of large amounts of alcohol to be so unpleasant that they are generally protected from esophageal cancer. But heterozygotes are able to continue drinking. However, an ALDH2 deficient drinker has 4 to 8 times the risk of developing esophageal cancer as a drinker not deficient in the enzyme. Yeah, and since this gene that has its reduced activity, this reduced enzymatic activity, that's why it appears to be common in individuals of Asian descent. Where it's like, yeah, since you have the toxic byproducts like building up, you just can't clear it from your system as quickly as other people fully functioning genes. The high acetaldehyde concentration described share. So, Aurelian, you bring up a great point. So yeah, like I said, they need a known, set of DNA samples as a reference, so that they can compare the new stuff. So can one sister inherit the gene and another not? Not really. It depends on like your parents' genetic background and whether they are homozygote or heterozygote. Basically, if both parents are homozygous for like the full alcohol breakdown gene, then no sister can inherit it. Yes, that's true too. Although I don't really want to go down the road of dominant and recessive traits. It could be, totally could be polygenic, although it seems like for that one, that specific, alcohol flush reaction, it seems to be, that appears to be monogenic. Where it's like, yeah, I mean, there's, but like, there's multiple negative reactions to alcohol, right? The flushing syndrome. I'm just talking about the flushing syndrome itself, where people get kind of like red in the face. Be careful. That's not it. There's a little bit more nuance to that, but like I understand the point you're trying to make. I don't want to hash out dominance and recessive or super dominance. The categories of dominant and recessive and super dominant. I don't want to go down that, like these are sort of like traumatic memories of my genetics courses. In order to determine someone's ancestry, and in epigenetics, yeah. Oh, I mean, obviously I'm exaggerating. It wasn't truly traumatic. But like, when you do a deep dive on like advanced genetic stuff, at least for me, maybe I'm just an idiot. That's totally possible. But it is totally challenging concepts for you to understand. In order to determine someone's ancestry, companies like 23andme compare a DNA sample to what is commonly referred to as a reference panel. A reference panel is made up of a select number of DNA samples from previous customers who have taken the test and or from publicly available DNA databases. And like I said, this is why, they want more and more people to volunteer their DNA samples and their information, okay? Because that just, again, it makes their database of known DNA and genetic information bigger. Dr. Simon Gravel, a population geneticist with McGill University, who is also part of the 1000 Genomes Project, says ancestry companies will take 700,000 or so of your DNA segments and use an algorithm to compare your segments to those in the reference panel. Right. Just like I said, they're taking any new genetic information and they're comparing it to something that they're highly confident that they know about. They're going to match it to different parts of the world, he said. In the end, there's going to be some overall of these reference panel contributions where your DNA matched better. And that's going to be their estimate of how much ancestry you have. They kind of need to take a pencil, more or less, and say that's a region. Different companies draw different circles. Different companies use different panels. Like I said, each company, such as like 23andme, will have a different sort of database of people that they compare to. And that's going to introduce variability. So they're each likely to provide the same customer with different ancestry results. In a statement to Marketplace, Ancestry DNA acknowledged that the size of the reference panel is key. The company says that it is always working to improve its science. Well, yeah. And this is just one way of saying, well, we're always looking to get more and more genetic information so that we can build out our database, that we have, the ultimate database. So that if there's any new genetic information, we can compare it to the ultimate database. And that its new, larger reference panel will give customers more precise results, right? I mean, that's pretty much the direction they want to go in. Just build up the database. That's one of the reasons why I have not taken any of these tests. I don't want to contribute. Me personally. No judgment on anybody who wants to do these tests. But I don't want to contribute to the size of their database. So why so different? There are a variety of factors that can affect the accuracy of results from an ancestry company. Gravel says, but of particular importance is the size and quality of its reference panel. The larger and more representative it is, the more accurate the results. If you have fewer people that you can compare to, then you make more shortcuts. You also run more of a risk of having missed diversity that you might not know existed in one particular region. Another reason for a discrepancy in the results from different companies is the arbitrary way each company defines the world's regions, Gravel says. And going back to the sort of like that infographic. Right, yeah, this category. Category in red, broadly European. What is that? They kind of need to take a pencil, more or less, and say that's a region, and different companies draw different circles. Gravel also says the tests tend to be more accurate for people with European ancestry, as more people with that particular background have been tested. Right. Why again? They just want as many people as possible contributing to their database. He cautions people not to interpret their test results as definitive. He says a testing company can use DNA ancestry kits to trace a person's ancestry to a particular continent with statistical accuracy, but anything more specific than that, like pinpointing a country or town, is less reliable. The biggest DNA ancestry companies have tested millions of people. MyHeritage, for example, says it expects sales of well over $100 million this year. Despite the popularity of ancestry testing, there is absolutely no government or professional oversight of the industry to ensure the validity of the results. It's a situation Gravel finds troubling, which I agree with. Usually in science, we have a process like peer review and make the data accessible, and make the algorithms accessible. That's how we ensure the high quality of the data. In this case, we don't have access to that, but the companies keep the data private. That's why Gravel says consumers should take the results generated by these tests with a grain of salt. People need to understand these tests are not subject to the same standard as diagnostic medical testing. They are more likely a recreational scientific activity. Right. So from what I understand, I have some, friends and family members have taken, they have submitted their samples and got, their genetic information, basically the printout, and it's these companies are I would say they're kind of like giving medical information or like whatever medical adjacent information. It's like they're saying, oh yeah, you've got this gene, and you know it's correlated or it's associated with a high risk of whatever heart disease. And that I would say like that's not cool. I don't. I'm highly confident they don't have science to back up those claims. Basically, like nobody should taking or making medical decisions based off of any of the information that these companies provide so far. Similar to 23andme, MyHeritage says its results are ethnicity estimates. When spokesperson Rafi Mendelsohn was then asked why MyHeritage presents results with such certainty, video results sent to customers declare "you are" for listing a person's ancestry, that he believes the messaging is clear, that results are only estimates, and that North American consumers are especially clear on this. Okay, so whatever your ancestry results, don't get too attached to them. They could change. In September, Ancestry DNA informed customers that it had updated their estimates with the following message: your DNA doesn't change, but we now have 13,000 additional reference samples and powerful new science to give you better ethnicity results. That's probably just you know, whatever, a fancier way of saying new algorithm, new science. The ancestry estimates used in this story are from November 6, 2018, after the company updated the twins' results. The new estimates included previously undetected ancestral ties to Russia, Greece, the Balkans, and Baltics. So it's like, yeah, they got, you know, two sets of analyses. You know, the initial analysis with the original, like, algorithm, and then, like, same genetic information. Oh, we now have a new algorithm. Like, now you have... They spin it as more accurate, which, you know, there's probably a grain of truth to that. But again, they're just, I guess, they are comparing, like, an unknown, a known. And the more that they build out the known, or what they think is the known, and the greater confidence they have that analyze and make conclusions about any new genetic sample that they get. So, this is just sort of I guess a fluff piece on genetic testing. Read this, and then we're going to get into a little bit more hardcore, or a little bit more serious scientific articles. Studies show some people selective about what parts of race and ethnicity test results that they share. Some consumers are embracing new identities by cherry-picking which race and ethnicity they identify with based on their test results, according to research from the University of British Columbia. In a paper published in the American Journal of Sociology, the researchers found that some people who have taken DNA tests from genealogy companies such as Ancestry DNA and 23andme selectively choose which results to adopt and share with others, including the government and its census, based on their aspirations and how they think other people will view their new identity. You know, this is a pretty bizarre phenomenon, where it's like, as a result of like the printout, I guess, that some of these people get when they get the information from the companies. Like, oh, I just want to highlight this, or like I'll ignore, you know, this X percentage of this ancestry. This is like the good stuff that I want and identify as, and then reject the rest. And then now they are potentially providing information on government documents or identification with that. That's pretty strange. They're using it as a way to craft a new identity that they want to have, said Wendy Roth, the study's lead author and associate professor of sociology at UBC. One of the troubles with that, the researchers point out, is genetic tests aren't always accurate. The researchers conducted in-depth phone interviews with 100 white, Black, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, and Native American participants in the US, all of whom underwent genetic testing, to see whether the results changed how they viewed themselves. The study found 59% of participants discovered new ancestry information but maintained their previous identities. However, 36% incorporated at least some new racial or ethnic ancestry into their identity. Like, a little over a third, or basically a third. Which is, it's whatever, a minority, but, it's a significant minority. During interviews, the researchers found that of the people who took on new identities, most of them only chose some of the full range of possibilities identified by their genetic tests. One participant, for example, referred to in the study only as Eduardo, was identified before testing as a non-Anglo white with Native American ancestry. But his test results showed Celtic, Jewish, and Native American ancestries. He embraced his Jewish heritage, but didn't identify as Celtic. Interesting. In his follow-up interview, he said he always looked up to his Jewish friends and neighbors, and feels better now that he's one of them. UBC psychology professor Stephen Hine, who wrote the book DNA is Not Destiny, and wasn't part of the study, said he's not surprised by the results. People turn to ancestry testing to hopefully get a new story about their lives, one that they didn't necessarily know beforehand. Of course, people would prefer a good story, so if there are findings in their ancestry results that they like, they'll probably emphasize those. The study also found those who identified as only white before testing were the most likely to adopt new racial or ethnic identities, while those who identified as only black were least likely. This is not surprising to me, but it's kind of like sad that it's not surprising to me. Where it's like, yeah, those who are white, that's most likely to adopt a new racial or ethnic identity. The white respondents were more likely to change their identity, so they talked about how they wanted to be something different and they wanted to find something exotic or interesting that would make them a little special, a little unique. There are much better ways to be special. Start by just loving yourself as you are and accepting who you are. The researchers who began their study in 2009 said cherry-picking new identities have some serious consequences. They found that while not everybody changed their race or ethnicity, of the people who did, 82% marked that new identity on the 2010 US Census. This has, has practical, real-world implications or consequences. So if you end up with a lot of white people who now say, I now consider myself white and black, I now consider myself white and First Nation, that means our statistics and our understanding of what are our populations in our society could very well be affected by this. Both Roth and Hine advise against putting too much faith in these genetic ancestry tests. I agree with that sentiment. And if anything, I generally discourage people from providing their information to companies. They can be useful for certain things. For example, I've taken the test myself, and I've connected to some long-lost relatives, found out more about my family tree through the information that I've gotten from them. But I think that taking tests, thinking that I'm going to find out my race or ethnicity, is the wrong way to go about it, and the tests are not going to tell you that. Hine said the tests are probabilistic, not definitive, listed off several shortcomings. The database that they're based on isn't representative of the world, as we just went through. Many parts of the globe are undersampled, and that greatly reduces the precision. The industry is completely unregulated. The companies can tell you whatever they want. It's not uncommon for people to get different results from different companies, even if the same genetic markers are identified, which we just saw that twin article just before. Hine said the search for our origins is a little misguided, because if you trace back far enough, you'll find a person who is the ancestor of everyone who's alive. Right. Sort of the last universal common ancestor of humans. So if you go back far enough, we're all Chinese, Persian, Egyptian, Roman, and so on. But that story isn't what most people are looking for. Looking for a story that connects them to the past. Not surprising. Yeah, I definitely know mitochondrial Eve. And yeah, mitochondria, inherited from the mother. Yeah, the Y chromosome atom. But this, like, you know, this is just, whatever, science adopting, you know, biblical terminology when, like, it's all symbolic. This is not proof of Adam and Eve. Even though I know that there are some people out there who take this as proof of the existence of Adam and Eve. Yeah, exactly. So to cover more about genetic testing. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah. Not only is everyone related, right? Every living organism on the planet is related, right? I mean that's the whole concept of the last universal common ancestor. Where it's like, yeah, and I've covered this in my environmental microbiology class. Where it's like, yeah, it's presumed, or at least evidence is pointing to, you know, towards deep sea vents, high pressure, high temperature. That might be where the last universal common ancestor originated. Actually, I'm almost curious if I can find this lecture material. I've saved most of my lecture material of the undergraduate course I've taken. I want to see if I can pick it up. Yeah, I don't think that's coincidental either. Well, you're lucky. I mean, zebrafish are pretty cool. This? Oh, I'm close to finding it. Give me 1 minute. Now I'm like, super determined to find it. I know this is not exciting content. Almost there. You and me both. Vast majority of my DNA is junk. Maybe one day, scientists will find a use for it. Or its function. Now I'm just an... I literally have, from one of my lectures from a course, my microbiology course, environmental microbiology course I took. There's some lecture material about the last universal common ancestor, like how we think, or what evidence points to, where the last universal common ancestor, came from, how it evolved. Literally, like, I'm going through lecture material. It's like, yeah, environmental microbiology. But I'm gonna stop because obviously this is a waste of time. But it is cool lecture material. But I don't want to get too... I mean, obviously I've gotten sidetracked, but I don't want to get too sidetracked from the main topic of genetic testing. So, a little bit more, serious article. Oh, well, if you know proteomics, that's definitely more up my alley these days. Or at least, I'm more of a protein-based reader. And that a lot of my genetics and molecular biology stuff is a little bit rusty. But it's still there. So, this was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, if I remember correctly. Yeah, JAMA, Journal of the American Medical Association. Yeah, protein. Don't get me started on proteins. I can do whatever, a 72-hour stream on proteins or whatever. I can go until I pass out. Protein. So, this is a brief kind of like editorial. This is not a study. This is just an article that is in a medical journal. But this is an article talking about another study where they kind of like used big data, genetics, and they used this big data and genetic information to try to answer some questions about depression, specifically try to understand better the genetics of depression. And actually, I think I have the original article that they're referring to. If it's where this appears at the time to have been like a pretty pretty major sort of like breakthrough or finding when it comes to understanding depression, which is why, published in Nature Genetics, like the Nature Publishing Group, you know, highly regarded, world-renowned uh, scientific publication. So, starting with this, what does it say? 3 years ago, a group of more than 100 researchers presented a spectacularly lackluster finding in molecular psychiatry. So actually, I might be not this one. Nature Genetics. I should dig this one up. A study of more than 76,000 major depressive disorder cases and controls from combined datasets, the largest ever genetic study of the condition, turned up 0 genetic associations. In most genetic studies in medicine, by the time people collected cohorts of up to 10,000 cases, there had been at least one genome-wide association. So basically, like, at least one hit. Said Roy Perlis, director of the Center for Quantitative Health in the Division of Clinical Research at Massachusetts General Hospital, and a co-author of the study. Depression stood out really as one of the only exceptions to that. Not just within psychiatry, but in medicine as a whole. The results of the mega-analysis may have been disappointing, but they weren't surprising to Patrick F. Sullivan, director of the Center of Psychiatric Genomics at the University of North Carolina School of Medicine. Sullivan helmed the study as the lead principal investigator of the International Psychiatric Genomics Consortium and head of its depression work group. The results were completely predictable, just on the basis of heritability. So heritability, many people misunderstand this concept, or at least the general public, or the general population typically misunderstands this concept where, when someone makes the claim that it's whatever, this trait, whatever, is heritable, many people hear that, or the general population hears that, and they think, that means some component is genetic. But heritability, technically speaking, does not explicitly say anything about genes or genetics, or the likelihood of something being rooted in genes. Heritability, technically speaking, is just a measure of how something or some trait, disease, or condition passed down from one generation to the next, and that genes may or may not be involved in that process. Probably try to make that clear. Right. Heritability is an important concept in quantitative genetics, particularly in selective breeding and behavior genetics, for instance, twin studies. It is a source of much confusion due to the fact that its technical definition is different from its commonly understood folk definition. Therefore, its use conveys the incorrect impression that behavioral traits are inherited or specifically passed down through genes. Behavioral geneticists also conduct heritability analyses based on the assumption that genes and environments contribute in a separate, additive manner to behavioral traits. So, like, technically speaking, just fundamentally, heritability is just talking about, ability of something to be passed down from one generation to the next. That's all. And it might be through genes, but it does not rule out environment. As in, there are parts of one's environment that are heritable, or that appear to be heritable. So, according to Sullivan, major depressive disorder is only 30 to 40% heritable, with environmental factors contributing most of the risk. In contrast, genes contribute about 60%, 65% of the risk for schizophrenia, he said. Another crucial impediment is that major depressive disorder is a genetically complex disease, underpinned by many gene variants with subtle effects. The Ew, that's a typo. Pretty sure they mean heterogeneity. Is a huge complicating factor, Sullivan said. Therefore, for researchers who study the genetics of major depressive disorder, it's become a numbers game. To reach statistical power, they need larger cohorts. To get to those numbers, Perlis and collaborators from Pfizer recently turned to data from 23andme, a direct-to-consumer genetic testing company. It seems to have worked. By combining self-report data from 121,380 cases and 338,000 controls from 23andme, with about 19,000 cases and controls from EGC's depression dataset, the researchers were able to identify 17 variants in 15 regions of DNA associated with the risk of major depressive disorder in people of European descent. The results, published online in Nature Genetics in August, are a breakthrough. This study I have, that's this one. This was the groundbreaking study, or the breakthrough. Where some previous in-depth analysis in an attempt to understand the genetics, to better understand the genetics of depression, it appears to have turned up nothing. That was that molecular psychiatry publication. Yeah. But then they did this new analysis, presumably with a much larger data set than controls, etc., etc. And it resulted in this publication. Published in Nature Genetics. Strongly suggests that this research is of high impact. Nature Genetics is high impact factor journal, without commenting on the silliness of impact factors. So the beginning of the process of trying to understand the biology of depression, it points us at sets of genes that we can study further and try to understand what they're doing and how they contribute to depression. So like this is sort of a starting point. Where it's interesting that, the groundbreaking research, it's groundbreaking because it allows for a starting point. Where, as in the title of this publication, it identifies 44 risk variants. And so now, the path forward, or one of the paths forward, is to sort of map out or further understand these 44 risk variants, and understand at a mechanistic level how they are contributing to depression. Of what is it about these 44 risk variants that increases the risk of major depressive disorder? So it's kind of now the real work begins. Because before, they just had to, make associations and try to narrow down some genes or genetic variants. And then now from there, they've identified quite a bit. Now they got to characterize them. But methodology under question. Perlis' study wasn't the first to find genetic associations with depression. Here, I guess the authors are at the... Okay, well, this is a lot of authors, which is understandable. That Perlis individual part of this doesn't look like it. Last year, research published in Nature reported 2 different variants in a population of more than 10,000 Han Chinese women. The investigators identified cases from hospital admissions, selecting only women with multiple episodes of major depressive disorder, and had hospital staff administer a 2-hour computer-assisted interview to ensure the diagnosis was accurate. The interview model, although considered the gold standard in psychiatric research, has its limitations, said Geeta Thill, chief of the National Institute of Mental Health Translational Genomics Program at the NIH. Using that approach, it would take decades and millions of dollars to collect these many subjects and do genomic analysis and report results, said about the new study, noting that the 23andme project took just 1.5 years. Yet, critics of the new study take issue with its use of self-reported data. Cases were identified by choosing yes 23andme surveys asking if they had been diagnosed with or treated for depression. So, like, this is almost, one could argue, like, a fundamental flaw in the methodology of the study or the analysis. I'm not going to make that argument. I'm not really qualified to make that sort of commentary. All I'll say is, like, that's of concern to me. Where it's like, if you are attempting to genetically characterize, a disease or condition, well, then you want to make sure that you are using people that actually have whatever disease, condition, trait that you're looking for. And it seems like, part of their data set was like, when they're looking for depressed patients, well, the depressed patients that they took to include in the study, they were just people that, like, checked a box saying, like, I have been diagnosed with depression at some point in my life. Like, I'm hoping obvious the drawbacks of using self-reported data, because, like, there are official criteria established in order to diagnose someone with depression. And I'm not saying, like, those criteria are perfect, or that we're perfectly able to diagnose depression accurately 100% of the time. And certainly doctors make mistakes. But I would say, I think it's clear that self-reported data comes to diagnosing depression way worse than, going by the diagnostic criteria, or like having a doctor diagnose the patient using the diagnostic criteria. There are many reasons why people might reply yes to this question, not all of which reflect the presence of major depressive disorder. And also, like, there are many types of depression. They're referring here about major depressive disorder. There's also postpartum depression, other types of depression as well. And so it's not just like this one thing. And so, like, all the more reason to not use self-report, because if you are specifically looking at major depressive disorder, you want to make sure as much as possible that you're only including people that have a diagnosis, specifically major depressive disorder. Yes. Flint, who worked on the study involving Han Chinese women, cited a 2013 study of 5,639 subjects diagnosed with depression by a clinician. This analysis found that only 38% of subjects met the diagnostic, basically the DSM criteria for major depressive episodes. A recent study of nationally representative, so, like, already right there, this is sort of like further calling into question the self-reported data, where it's like even clinicians, trained clinicians, appear to, have trouble diagnosing accurately. Like, how can you rely on self-report? A recent study of nationally representative survey results from more than 46,000 adults published in JAMA Internal Medicine reinforced the reality of depression treatment in the United States. Less than a third of adults who screened positive for depression on a patient health questionnaire had received treatment during the survey year. while about 2/3 of people who had been treated for the illness did not screen positive. Such studies, Flint asserted, cast doubt on the validity of using shortcuts to identify depression cases. What does a comparison between people who answer yes or no to the 23andMe question mean? The answer might not represent depression at all. Right, so again, kind of like a fundamental flaw in the methodology of the study. Earlist acknowledged that he would have preferred to use a traditional recruitment model, but like Centil, he cited the amount of funding and time needed to enroll such a large cohort as impractical. Right, so this is the trade-off. Classic trade-off, like in science, that, I'm familiar with. Not like this specific example, but it's like, data collection, whatever. The ultimate goal is, high quality data. How do you assure that? Well, like, yeah. So in that whatever groundbreaking study, they increased their sample size, right? It's like hundreds of thousands of people. But like the drawback is, it's like you can call into question whether the individuals actually had major depressive disorder, or like there might be a significant subset of people that did not have major depressive disorder, and they're being included in the analysis to understand the genetics of major depressive disorder. As opposed to like, the other strategy, okay, well, we'll only include a few thousand patients, okay, but we will make sure, or rather, we'll be more rigorous and in attempting to ensure that the people we're including, or the patients that we're including, actually have a diagnosis of major depressive disorder. Because, like, since smaller sample size, they can take the time and screen the people include, and say that as a result of screening, they can say with confidence that, okay, this individual, they have a diagnosis, or we can diagnose them with major depressive disorder, and we can include them in the study. As opposed to, like, again, the other strategy, well, we can include hundreds of thousands of people, but there's a decent chance that, like, some people that don't actually have major depressive disorder will get through, will be included in analysis. He added, if our goal is really to understand disease that causes people to go seek treatment and get treated for a certain set of symptoms that we call depression, then it seems like studying those people makes a lot of sense, rather than studying a sort of made-up research concept of depression. I tend to err on that. And welcome back, Desperado Sensei. I hope your class went smoothly. Hope, no disruptions. He also noted that common depression comorbidities, for example, anxiety, panic attacks, insomnia, and obesity, had high rates of co-occurrence with self-reported clinical depression in the study, suggesting that the self-reported data were valid. I think it's an open question as to how well self-reports line up with the sort of depression that a physician might see in the office. Said Sullivan, who was not involved in the 23andMe study. He noted that the use of minimal phenotyping to get cases is becoming more common in the field of psychiatric genetics, in schizophrenia in particular, and has been shown in some studies to have high validity. Those studies suggest that even if some cases are misclassified, the increase in sample size will win out over the deleterious effect of having the phenotype be a little bit incorrect. And so, like, yeah, if in fact, it's shown that, having these exceptionally large data sets is just as good as, like, those smaller ones, like, these larger data sets might have some people that don't meet the criteria for major depressive disorder. Then, like, yeah, that's a good thing. But I don't think the case is closed on that question. 23andMe's research business model. So yeah, a new for-profit player. Like, make no mistake, 23andMe is in it for the profit, in it for the money. They want your data. Not only do they want your genetic data, they want pretty much like as much data that they can extract from you. Your ancestry, your health status, health conditions, whatever, blood work. 23andMe's research business model, in which it exchanges de-identified consumer genetic information for compensation, may also raise a few eyebrows. California-based personal genetics company made headlines in 2013 when the U.S. Food and Drug Administration ordered its CEO, Ann Wojcicki, I guess, to stop selling the test without the agency's clearance or marketing approval. 23andMe resumed business in 2015, but it no longer offers much of the health information it used to, such as assessments for BRCA-related genetic risk, drug responses. This is the gene associated with breast cancer, or rather increasing your risk of having breast cancer. I think it's BRCA1. There's BRCA1 and BRCA2. Yeah. BRCA1, BRCA2. The genes most commonly affected in hereditary breast and ovarian cancer are the breast cancer 1 and breast cancer 2 genes. Today, consumers can pay basically $200 or $199 for the FDA-cleared version of the test, based on which the company provides reports on ancestry, wellness, traits, and carrier status for inherited disorders. Like this. Yeah, it's a front. I would not trust any information about wellness from a 23andMe. And if you have an inherited disorder, like, I would go seek out like actual medical genetic counseling and not 23andMe. When it comes to like traits, like basically I would only use it, and this is just strictly like for curiosity, of like maybe just to get some idea of your ancestry, but recognize that is also has some flaws. Customers can also sign up to contribute their genetic information, of course. They want as many people as possible to sign up, give their genetic information, along with health survey results. Yeah, like I said, they basically want your health status, your medical information. Like, I'm sure if they had the option, they would take your medical records. The research projects initiated or selected by 23andMe. To date, some 1.2 million people have used 23andMe's DNA spit kits, and about 80% of them have consented to participate in research, said David Hines, the principal scientist for statistical genetics at the company. Okay, yeah. So you're asking a great question, Durianus. How do you feel about whole genome sequencing option that provides you the data? So, whole genome sequencing, which is totally a thing, and that's what I attempted to hammer home earlier, where it's like, yeah, these companies like 23andMe, they are not doing whole genome sequencing. Like we covered earlier, the entire human genome is about 3 billion base pairs, and these companies typically only look at around like 700,000. So like they're looking at less than 1%, much less than 1% of the genetic information. So if in fact someone is interested, I don't think there's any company that actually offers whole genome sequence. I could be wrong. I haven't looked into it, and maybe my information is outdated. But from my understanding, like whole genome sequencing is still a massive undertaking, or I would expect it's pretty expensive. I could be wrong. Maybe there have been leaps and bounds in technology. I'm sure it's neat. Oh yeah. Oh, I know the company. Lumina. I mean, I highly doubt I can, like, you know, get a quote. See? Price. So this is from Nature. Well, sponsor feature. Produced by Illumina that actually, like, make a lot of the technology to sequence DNA. Okay, so they're just saying what their goal is. The $600. You just see. Illumina is applied genomic. Yeah, I know that. Yes. Achieving the $600 genome has been an exciting and pivotal journey that many thought would be next to impossible to achieve. But significant drops in the cost of sequencing and enabling unprecedented advancements. Yes. Okay. Yeah, from the 10,000 genome to the 600. Okay, so they're saying that they've achieved that. So yeah. Whole genome sequencing. Obviously, way more thorough, because it's your whole genome. Assuming, you know, it's accurate. I mean, but the question is it actually able, because, like, Illumina, totally legit sequencing company and technology. Like, they're very well known in the sequencing world. But I don't think Illumina is providing, like, you know, information about, you know, your health status, or, like, as a result of the genomic information. I don't think they're saying, like, oh yeah, you're at whatever increased risk of whatever disease or condition. So, like, in principle, like, at the end of the day, like, if someone wants to pay to have their whole genome sequenced, then, like, what do I care? But do I think that we're at the place where people can make whatever health decisions or medical decisions based off of having their genome sequenced? Like, I don't think we're really there yet, unless, like, you go through, like, you know, specific genetic counseling. Like, yeah, there are obviously, like, totally well characterized genetic conditions and diseases. But basically, I don't trust the companies to analyze it correctly. I'd rather go to a medical professional, or, like, a geneticist, a medical geneticist, and get the genetic counseling, as opposed to, like, oh, 23andme is saying this about my genes. That's pretty much my only concern. As in, well, I have no problem with someone wanting to get their genome sequenced. I would just be skeptical of, like, whatever company that they choose to have their genome sequenced, whole genome sequenced. I'd be skeptical of any type of, like, medical or health information that they get from that. That's all. And there have actually been oh, not here. So, speaking of getting your whole genome sequenced, presented here is a genome sequence of an individual human. Like, this is a publication of basically just one person. This is actually, like, a funny publication for a number of reasons. It's cool, but it's funny because, so this is, like, basically, like, the lead author, and do you know who the individual human is that they sequenced, it was this guy. And this guy has his own biotech company. He's a very noteworthy biologist, molecular biologist. And they played a pretty pivotal part in the Human Genome Project, actually. But like, yeah, they have the Craig Venter Institute, obviously named after Craig Venter. And he just said, yeah, let's sequence my genome. And he funded it. He published it. And there's some cool information here. And what I would say is one of the more interesting findings is that many people understandably think that, you know, when it comes to our DNA sequence, you know, our DNA sequence is our DNA sequence. And that, like, every cell in your body, it's all the exact same DNA sequence, except for your red blood cells that have no DNA. They have no DNA because it allows more room for red blood cells to carry oxygen. That's a side note and a fun fact. But like, yeah, you know, every cell in your body contains, you know, your entire genome, and people just assume that it's just, it's uniform and identical throughout, as in your entire genome and every cell of your body, they're all perfectly identical copies. That actually appears to not be true. Not only did we know that, well, we've known that for a while, but also seems like there's much more variation than we originally thought. I don't want to get too sidetracked. I don't want to have to, like, dig it up. That's pretty much like one of the main findings of this. Like, oh, we sequenced the genome, and actually, like, it wasn't as uniform and perfectly identical from, you know, whatever cell to cell as we thought it would be. So, moving on and finishing off this article. According to Heinz, one of the company's goals is to collect data on any medical condition that has a prevalence of 1% or higher in the general population. Published studies using 23andme data include research on skin cancer, prion disease, and migraine, among others. The company currently has 40 or 50 active academic research collaborations, most of which are not compensated, as well as many commercial partnerships.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, and Poop Waterfall, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Yeah, as well as many commercial partnerships with pharmaceutical and biotech companies. A spokesperson for 23andme said the company could not disclose the financials of ongoing collaboration with Pfizer that produced the depression study. But its first commercial deal, made public in 2015, brought in as much as $60 million from biotech from Genentech for Parkinson's data. And Genentech is like a major biotech company. If I remember correctly, that's like generally considered like the first biotech company. I want to look that up. Yeah. Historically, the company is regarded as the world's first biotechnology company. Very noteworthy. And, you know, they have produced, I believe they were the first to produce insulin. When asked his thoughts about this research model, Robert Green. Oh, absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much, Desperado Sensei, for bringing that to my attention. I will take care of that. For sure. That's not cool. Yeah. Yeah, can't thank you enough, Desperado Sensei, for bringing that to my attention. That is totally unacceptable. Where was I? Yeah, when asked his thoughts about this research model, Robert C. Green, director of the Genomes to People Research Program in the Division of Genetics at Brigham and Women's Hospital, Harvard Medical School, said, there are quite a lot of companies that collect and sell data. I guess the question would be, is this fundamentally different because it's genetic data? Green, who has studied customer understanding of direct-to-consumer genetic testing, said that agreeing to participate in 23andMe research is a personal decision for each consumer. 23andMe states its intent to commercialize consumer data in its research consent document and its privacy statement, but some suggest even more transparency would be better. I would agree with that. Transparency. Sullivan, who has been tested by 23andMe, said he could not find this disclosure when he recently looked for it on the company site. If it's there and I was looking for it and I missed it, that kind of says something, right? It should be something that should be fairly clear and that people are completely aware of. Ultimately, the scientific value of 23andMe's data can only be borne out by more research, which I agree with. Like, I'm all for, as much as, I guess I'm taking these companies like 23andMe to task and calling into question their practices. I do think the way forward is like more research, more transparency. I'm not saying that they have like no place in providing good information data to people. I'm just saying, like, as of right now, I don't think it's currently in that place. Senthil, who oversees part of National Institute's mental health funding for Perlis' laboratory, said that although she's thrilled that mining the company's large dataset resulted in 17 genetic associations for depression, many of the findings could be spurious and need to be validated. Right, so I think that the key point to hammer home, even though I'm repeating myself, but like, yes, many of the findings could be spurious. Where, thrilled that mining the company's large dataset resulted in 17 genetic associations for depression. So like, yeah, this research published in Nature Genetics, very cool. And I wonder if they mentioned 23. I'm sure they mentioned 23andMe. Yeah. So it's like, it's cool that they can contribute, hopefully in a meaningful way, to studies like that. But you got to keep it in mind. Yeah, many of the findings could be spurious. And that, like, it's starting point. Any findings from that need to be validated and characterized. Need to be validated. Doing so will require replication in other large depression datasets, such as those from health system biobanks at a handful of institutions, including Kaiser Permanente, Mount Sinai in New York, and Vanderbilt University. Senthil also wants to see the method validated in studies of other psychiatric and non-psychiatric conditions. Hines said 23andMe fielded more than 20 requests from academic researchers for the depression dataset the week the study was published. Unlike most genetic research, the company has not made the data freely available for download online. Sullivan has requested the data and plans to comb through it, make sure that we can see the same thing they saw in the data. Speaking of PGC, he added, obviously we're quite keen to see how our results compare to the 23andMe results, and to see whether, in fact, we can incorporate their results into ours. Research collaborations that share and aggregate data from different sources are critically important to continue to make inferences about genetic markers for both complex and rare diseases. The PGC, which currently has more than 900 investigators, wants to amass 100,000 genotype cases for each of the 9 psychiatric disorders it studies. If 23andMe's data can reliably be added to the stew, it could prove to be a hugely valuable tool for ramping up cohort sizes. Beyond depression, Perlis thinks those big data approaches will be useful in identifying genetic associations for psychiatric conditions, including bipolar disorder, anxiety disorders, substance abuse, post-traumatic stress disorder, and eating disorder. They all have some heritable component, but much like depression, it's been very challenging to find associations. Like this is a good overall snapshot of, type of, how these types, how the data that is gathered from these genetic testing companies can meaningfully contribute to, serious academic and medical research. But like at the same time, any research comes from it, I think, has to be taken with a decently sized, grain of salt. Of like, put it in context. It's summed up nicely towards the end. Of like, yeah, findings could be spurious, and we need further validation and more research. And then, pretty much wrap up genetic testing topic, at least for now. I'm sure I'll revisit it at some point. I'm just gonna hydrate. One second. I will likely be wrapping up around that time. But regardless, thanks so much for passing by. And also, like, I can't thank you enough for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, like, definitely never be afraid to bring that to my attention. Because that is not cool at all. That is absolutely not the type of community that I want to cultivate. Yeah, thank you so much. And you too, be well. Yeah, and do the bare minimum of being respectful. At the very least. This is not the community for you. So, 23andme. Well, I guess I should read the title of the article. 23andme, a new two-sided data banking market model. So this is published 2016. Not hot off the press. A touch outdated. But, it's in a scientific / medical publication. BMC, medical ethics. Basically part of the British medical journal suite of publications. 23andme is a company based in Mountain View, California. This specialist company operates in the biotechnology sector and was founded in 2006 by Linda Avey and Anne Wojcicki. Google has been one of the principal investors in the 4 rounds of investment in this company. 23andme offers a direct-to-consumer genetic testing service based on the use of single nucleotide polymorphisms to determine ancestry and to identify genetic markers associated with specific diseases and conditions, and a few specific causal variants that the company claimed could provide information about their client's health and how to improve it, which here is where I don't approve. The approach used can be summarized in 5 steps as follows. Figure 1, online consent, ordering of the kit. I should probably just go to the graphic. Online consent and order, provision of a saliva sample, shipping of the saliva sample, extract DNA analysis on an Illumina, and well, like I said, Illumina, very well-known company that produces instruments, sequenced DNA. On the page? No, but I was on that page. And then, yeah, you have genetic data available online via personalized 23andme web account. Yes. However, uh, direct-to-consumer health genetic testing was being carried out in the absence of a medical prescription or information from a whole genome analysis based on genome-wide associated studies. The use of such an approach raised questions about the reliability of the 23andme test in terms of the rates of true and false negatives and positives, as this test had not been validated as a health test, and of the information delivered to consumers. Beyond the legal issues, we focus here on the original nature of the service provided to consumers and its probable consequences in the near future. Indeed, given the exponential nature of the geneticization of medicine and medical research, the US and Europe over the last decade, requests for DNA and biological samples from research laboratories have greatly increased in number. The interface between patients and research remains complex and potentially conflictual due to ethical issues relating to the ownership of the body and of any data pertaining to it, which are still under debate. In this context, a simple but innovative way of proceeding may have emerged, given how difficult it is to obtain biological samples from a large cohort with the consent and full history of patients in a short space of time by the standard route. The idea of creating an interface between individuals and researchers has emerged. Indeed, information about human genomes, in addition to being a personal source of useful information for treating the sick or for healthy people that might become sick, could be exploited and used as a source of profit for companies. This vision raises profound ethical issues about the way in which subjects are included in research and about how information about them is gained and used. An analysis of the 23andme website and the scientific literature highlights how this and other American biotech companies have specialized in medical genetics so as to become essential intermediaries, researchers, and their research subjects, through the generation of DNA banks and biobanks containing hundreds of thousands of different samples provided for direct-to-genetic testing. Right. So here is where they're posing, well, it's basically an ethical dilemma or conundrum. Where it's like, as we kind of just went through, and has been shown, like, these companies like 23andme, they're just like amassing mountains and mountains of genetic information, in addition to other pieces of information, whatever, medical information, some of the health status, whatever, race, ethnicity, etc. And so as a result of like amassing this wealth of genetic information, this does have, as we have just shown with that depression publication, it has like real practical utility to researchers, to the medical community, where, like, yeah, if approached in the right way, you can do some high-level analyses, and you can, like, basically, there's almost like no limits what you can do with that type of information to a certain extent. Or, like, yeah, it can basically a very powerful toolkit or data set. And so, like, the companies that have this information, that have this data, they basically hold all the cards. Where it's like, yeah, if like some medical researcher or research group is like interested in carrying out pretty much a similar type of genetic analysis, like this study here, where it's like, yeah, they're literally dealing with hundreds of thousands of cases, right? 135,000 cases and 345,000 controls. Like, so that's just like a massive amount of data, right? And it's only these companies that have this data. And so if you're interested, like, this appears to be, a powerful study. Like they mentioned, breakthrough. And so if you're interested in the future, of reproducing this type of breakthrough study, then you have to go to these companies. They're basically, in some respects, the gatekeeper of doing this type of analysis or doing this type of powerful research. Do we want these companies to hold all the cards? My answer would be no, but maybe someone else has a different answer, a different opinion. Fine. But I'm a little bit uncomfortable with these companies holding all the cards. So, 23andme, the two-sided market model. Series dates, amount. Oh, okay. Ever information about. According to the 23andme website, particularly the terms of service section, two types of service seem to be on offer: direct-to-consumer genetic testing service and participation in 23andme research. The direct-to-consumer genetic testing service is the service most highlighted and best understood on the website and on social networks, mostly Facebook and Twitter. As explained above, direct-to-consumer genetic testing is based on the use of small nucleotide polymorphisms to identify genetic markers associated with specific disease and a few specific causal variants. This test is a type of whole genome analysis carried out with a microarray based on a technique different from whole genome sequencing. Right. So like whole genome analysis different from whole genome sequencing. Or whole exome sequencing, in which all the nucleotide sequences of the genome or exome are determined. So again, I'm repeating myself, but like, yeah, these companies, they are not sequencing your entire genome, basically getting a snapshot. They are not doing whole genome sequencing. Interestingly, 85% of all known disease-causing mutations are in coding regions, detectable by whole exome. The genetic information obtained by testing is made available to the consumer via their own protected personal 23andme web accounts. The company states that its consumers are protected by federal law under the Genetic Entitled Information Non-Discrimination Act, or GINA. This law, in its current state, protects Americans against discrimination on the basis of genetic information. However, according to the Consent and Legal Agreement, Commercial Contract, and Research Consent Document, Informed Consent, consumers can agree to their genetic information, web behavior information, and self-reported information being used in the 23andme research program, the second service on offer. So like, yeah, people can volunteer the information to these companies, which I don't blame them. And like, obviously, anybody's free to volunteer to do that. But let's just say 23andme is not necessarily going to be using that information for, purely altruistic purposes. If not, I would say they will almost explicitly not use that information for altruistic purposes. 23andme research could be considered as a voluntary and optional service of the direct-to-consumer genetic testing service. According to the terms of service, this service is different from the research and development activity and is designed to improve services and to offer new products or services to consumers. According to the full privacy statement section, 23andme research refers to scientific research conducted by 23andme or third parties in collaboration with 23andme. The third parties are public, private, and government partnerships to develop research and advance genetic understanding. Consumers must sign the informed consent freely, available from the company's website if they wish to make use of this service. This option is associated with the notion of a full service because the company announces that it involves the supply of additional beneficial information not available to consumers, making use of the direct genetic testing service only, and not providing informed consent. Third parties are the other side to the 23andme research offer. Indeed, in exchange for information about their genes, the consumers supply not only money, but also web behavior information and self-reported information. All of this information is shared with or sold to third parties for the purposes of scientific research and commercial applications, patents, or operating licenses. Ethically, 23andMe seems to be at the center of a flow of information between people and research. And 23andMe be considered to constitute a two-sided market strategy? By definition, a two-sided market model is a market in which two different user groups interact via an intermediary economic platform known as a two-sided platform. This setup makes possible exchanges that would not otherwise have occurred, creating value for both sides. Both sides, in this case, the people seeking DNA analyses and the structures seeking to obtain information about them, can be considered to be consumers. Two-sided markets exist in many different types of industry, occupying the same economic space as traditional offers of products or services, such as those provided by Facebook, Sony, or Google, or Alphabet, for example. Okay, yeah. This is basically just like the privacy statement section of 23andMe. Such a market may exist in the case of 23andMe, and may indeed always have been planned as a business strategy. This company may effectively constitute a two-sided platform, with two kinds of consumers: people who want information about their own gene for multiple reasons, and researchers, and others who want access to genetic, web behavior, self-reported information for a large number of people. Figure 3, this is the two-sided market. The use of this strategy enables 23andMe to obtain biological samples, DNA samples, accurate self-reported information for DNA and biobanking, with probable strong positive feedback effects on their business model in the long term. The term data banking does not appear in the informed consent document or in any other document on the website, including the privacy highlights and the terms of service. The term biobanking is used once, but only to describe the storage of saliva samples. 3 separate events have favored this approach: growing financial investment, falling prices of genetic testing, and an exponential increase in the number of consumers over a very short period of time. Maddie Holmes, welcome. I agree. That's pretty much what I've been going through for the past 2.5 hours. This one's covering a little bit of the ethics. And yeah, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Happy to have you here. So I was about here. So yeah, this is like the two-sided market, where it's like, yeah, basically two parties have an interest in the market that 23andMe is generating, right? Yeah, you have the consumers, like the people, they presumably want, for whatever reason, they want genetic information, and they trust 23andMe to provide it, and to provide, genetic information, health, and medical information. I would characterize it that way. And then, as a result of the data that is being provided to 23andMe by the consumers, private businesses, or even, as they say, public research labs, also have an interest in pretty much like all the data that 23andMe is amassing. And yeah, is touched upon earlier, read about it. The Genetic Entitled Information and Non-Discrimination Act. I will admit, I'm not 100% familiar with what's contained in the act, but it's not surprising to me, or at least it would not be surprising to me, that it's out of date. Like, this is an ever-evolving landscape, right? And so, as usual, acts, laws, legislation lacks behind the reality. Yeah. in spring. I just want to make sure I didn't skip over bigger. No, I didn't. So, DNA banking issues. In the past, biological samples were stored in a single laboratory, but large collections of DNA samples are becoming increasingly common in human genetics. With the publication of the first draft sequence of the human genome in Nature and Science, and its completion by the Human Genome Project, the strategic importance of DNA banking and data collection has increased. Over the last 10 years or so, medicine and medical research have become increasingly geneticized, with the general population becoming increasingly interested in genetic aspects. DNA can be obtained from a number of potential sources, including the blood, cell, and tissue banks of hospital and academic research centers, and it has been estimated that there are already several hundred million biological samples stored in such repositories. You're totally... You're bringing up great concerns. I think we're on the same page about the concerns. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I have never used any of the genetic testing companies. 23andme, Ancestry, like I'm not willing to share my genetic information with them, or any information with them. 23andme do not state the exact number of samples to which they have access on their website or in other documentation, but it can probably be safely assumed that they have a collection of hundreds of thousands of biological and DNA samples. Oily Olive, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Okay, so if I miss something in the Discord, I'll do my best to respond to it as soon as possible. Might just take some time. But what I would say, like, I mean, I guess I don't have to respond to Discord. I can respond now. But it was interesting. Totally. The Science and Magic article. Like, for me, I was just, like, mostly entertained by it. Like, I read it been a little while now, so I don't remember everything. But to me, it was just, like, mostly, it was just interesting. But I wasn't really taking a lot of what was in the article that seriously. But maybe I need to read it again, refresh my memory. Okay, you have a master's in arts and is in forensic anthropology and genetics with an emphasis in international genetics, especially in forensic. Okay, so that is super cool. Thank you for sharing that with me. Where you're probably in a better position. Understand the implications better than I do. Where, like me, as the biologist and biochemist, I understand the technology, and I understand what they're doing, and I sort of understand the analysis. But you definitely have equally valuable, if not more valuable, perspective. But yeah, Oily Olive, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, happy to have you here. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, 23andme do not state the exact number of samples to which they have access on their website or in other documentation. But it can probably be safely assumed that they have a collection of hundreds of thousands of biological and DNA samples. Indeed, their collection may be one of the largest available and is driven not only by scientific or medical aims, but also by business imperatives. 23andme have established a high-value biobank and database for use by private and public research laboratories. And yeah, this is pretty much my concern. No, so basically DNA is not equivalent to ethnicity. Looking at DNA alone, you absolutely cannot say anything about ethnicity or country of origin. Like you literally need that. That's why the strategy that these companies use is like they take a group of people, okay, they have their reference panel, they sequence their DNA, okay, that's not a problem at all. So like so we can, I can try to zoom in, and attempt to simplify it, where it's like, in order to characterize the unknown genetic information. So let's say you, Paul. Okay, let's say I am 23andme. Okay. And you send your DNA sample, your saliva sample to me. And I do the DNA analysis. Okay. So if me, Corey, is 23andme, and let's say, for example, okay, I've carried out the same DNA analysis where I have my genetic information. You know, I have sequenced my genome. Now, what I need to do is I need to provide the information about myself. Okay, where me, Corey, I'll reveal my ancestry, at least as far as I know it, as has been told to me. I am half Chinese, I am part Irish, part Egyptian. Okay? So like I have my DNA sequence, and then I can put beside it, okay, this DNA sequence, Corey, Chinese ancestry, Irish ancestry, and Egyptian ancestry. And there's some other ones, but those are like the primary ones. Now you, Paul, in order to draw meaningful conclusions about your DNA sample that you have sent to me, what these companies essentially do is, I'm going to take my DNA sequence, okay? And I know, because I've provided it, that I am part Chinese, part Irish, part Egyptian. Then I'm going to take your DNA sequence, and I'm going to see how closely it matches my DNA sequence or not. As in, if I look at a particular region in your genome, and I see, oh, this looks similar to this region, this similar region in my genome, then I can maybe conclude, or I can, with some confidence, conclude that there's some Chinese ancestry in Paul. And same thing, they will go through another section in your genetic information, and then they're pretty much like attempting to line up of like, oh, this portion here in Paul's genome, it looks very similar, or it matches the sequence in Corey's genome. And since Corey provided that information, that he's part Irish and part Egyptian, well, then it looks like Paul has some Irish and Egyptian ancestry. That, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like, I'm attempting to just, like, break it down into the bare bones. Of, like, only looking at the DNA, like, they cannot conclude anything about ethnicity or country of origin. They need people. Exactly right. I think you've got it. They need to know something, okay? That's why, like, me, 23andme, if I've established the company, I need to reveal that, okay, if I'm gonna use my DNA as, like, the reference, I need to say, okay, Corey's half Chinese, and his parents come from here and here. And then any new DNA sequence that I get, I'm just gonna compare it to that. And this is why, okay, going back to 23andme's website, okay, that's why they want to increase their database. That's why they want to get as many people as possible to not only provide their genetic information, but to get them to reveal what their ancestry is. So that, instead of just one DNA sequence of Corey, let's say now, let's say you, Paul, okay, I've sequenced your DNA, exactly, to get a true consensus. Basically, they just want to create a large database of known DNA sequences, and they know, because these people are telling them what their ancestry is. Basically, they've done all the legwork, and they can say with confidence. Yeah, heat map. Although, like, I would not expect the general public to understand conceptually heat maps to high details. But yeah, you are correct. Which I'm glad to hear. Yeah, and like, yeah, if I'm ever not being clear, or if I'm being confusing, which totally, I can totally be confusing, or if you want me to clarify, like, always let me know, and I'll always do my best to clarify. I can't guarantee that I'll succeed. I have no problem, putting in a good effort to, get the message and concepts across. But yeah, like, this is pretty much the ultimate reason why companies like 23andme, they just want to, like, build up their database, because it makes their job easier. Not only does it make their job easier, but, like, also they just have now mountains of information that they can sell to private and public entities. Like they are literally selling your data. So DNA banking is becoming a business, and there is a rush to acquire DNA sequencing data, which may prove to be the organic and molecular equivalent of a gold mine. Right? This is why they'll take anything that they get. With personalized medicine, biofuels, and so here's where I think this is a good analogy, where like they say, the DNA banking, this DNA sequencing data, these are the gold mines, the organic and molecular equivalent of a gold mine. So it's like, if in fact this is the molecular equivalent of a gold mine going into the future, well, how do we feel about, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 companies, they have all the gold mines, and they are just in total control of the gold mines. I don't feel too good about that. And I think most people are not going to feel too good about that. The science is cool. Totally. And actually, I forgot, I was going to show this at the beginning. So, where is it? Right, okay. So, obviously, sequencing DNA, it requires, instruments and machine. And it's so funny that, how in such weird directions, science can go in. We're pretty much, like, not in the scientific direction. So, this is an earlier model of a sequencing machine, basically, DNA sequencing. But this is from 2010. It's like, over a decade old. But this was at the time where, like, iPhones and iPods were, like, all the rage. Did you know what this DNA sequencing machine has? It has an iPod dock. It's like in the picture here. Right, zoom in. Now, why does it have an iPod dock? Right. So yeah, not only can you charge your iPod and iPhone on it, you can download apps which let you monitor your experiment remotely. But also, like, it's wasn't really about that. Like, no one was using it to, like, monitor your experiment. Like, trust me, I know. I've seen one of these in person. Like a lab, like, right down the hall from me has it. Like, this is just like a marketing gimmick. Oh, like, hey, if you want to, like, listen to music while you're sequencing DNA, if you want to, like, charge your iPod and iPhone, you can do that. But, like, it has no relevance to the DNA sequencing aspect. This is just a company trying to incorporate a cool feature as, like, a selling point. But it's not adding any value to the DNA sequencing technology. Like, it's literally just like a marketing ploy. Yeah, it has an iPod dock. So ridiculous. Yeah, bizarre. Well, this is just like there's so many bizarre things that go into these types of instruments of like a whole can of worms. But these are some of the tactics that these instrumentation companies use to like try to like, you know, encourage like, hey, buy us. We got an iPod dock. Well, first of all, no one obviously, I think pretty much like no one has iPods these days, or like they're slowly being phased out because I think Apple has discontinued them. And so like, you know, what's the next? So with personalized medicine, biofuels, and genetically modified organisms, the potential gene market in 2030 is estimated to be worth as much as $100 billion. So that's pretty much like in the next 8 years or so, 100 billion, I guess, market value. In 2001, the technology used to sequence the human genome was still based on capillary electrophoresis. Yeah, know that technique. Of individual fluorescently labeled Sanger reaction products. It produced 115,000 base pairs per day, for a total cost of almost $3 billion. Confirmation. Not big enough, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure it's only gonna get bigger from there. I think this is just like the tip of the iceberg. True, yeah, good point. Very good point. Yeah, so this is all just like putting into context of how far the technology has come. Where it's like, yeah, 115,000 base pairs per day for a total cost of almost 3 billion. Okay, as opposed to like now, like you can do this for like hundreds of dollars, right? Like we have just exponentially increased the cost of sequencing for DNA. For 30 years, until the advent of next-gen sequencing methods, Sanger sequencing was the only method used for DNA sequencing. Devices for next-generation sequencing first appeared in 2007 and owe their success to a synchronous sequence analysis, resulting in faster, more sensitive analyses at a lower overall cost. Indeed, whereas Sanger's direct or first-generation method requires the generation of DNA strands of different lengths, labeled with a fluorophore for analysis. Next generation sequencing methods reconstruct previously prepared DNA strands by direct determination of, yeah, blah, blah, blah. This is all like technical stuff. Not even sure what message they're trying to convey here. But to touch upon DNA sequencing, see if I can find an image. Yeah. So, you know, I showed you this machine, okay, DNA sequencing. Fair enough, yeah. So yeah, I showed you this machine, that even, like, as of today, over a decade old. And so, like, we have even better tech now for DNA sequencing. But this is just to kind of, like, show you, like, this is where it was 10 years ago. And, you know, I'd say this is, like, pretty compact. You know, you can see, like, pretty much, like, it would fit, on a desk. Small desk. But before, okay, like, DNA sequencing, was, like, literally, like, reading, like, images like this. This is, like, really, really old school. Of, like, reading bands. Where, like, yeah, you have your nucleotides up here, AGCT, and, like, pretty much, like, way back in the day, it was, like, human reading. And you can see, like, as alluded to even in this article, like, you know, we have the ability, like, the entire human genome is like 3 billion base pairs. And so basically, one base pair is one of these bands on one of these gels. Okay? So just think about it. To sequence the entire human genome, like you would presumably see 3 billion bands. But like you can't fit that on a gel because like there's a size limit on how much you can put on a gel like this. But even if you're not interested in sequencing the entire human genome, the 3 billion, you can even if you're interested in like 100,000, right? As mentioned earlier, like 23andme, they generally sequence like a few 100,000 base pairs. And so like, can you imagine like reading like hundreds of thousands of bands on like an image or a gel like this? Like virtually impossible. But it's just kind of like just trying to show you like how far we've come of like literally, you know, way back in the day, sequencing was like visually reading like bands on a gel or image, like literally like this. As opposed to, you know, just 10 years ago, you know, we're able to do it, you know, on a machine, and even further, where like even this is considered outdated. With the iPod dock, clearly outdated. No. As long as we're all young at heart. Oh yeah, and I think it's going through some of the cost reductions. So these methods, based on a sequencing by synthesis approach, have increased sequence output per run and read length, and have decreased costs and improved the accuracy of base calling. With the release of the high-sec X10, the genetic sequencing company Illumina is currently attempting to solidify its domination of the market, with the possibility of sequencing an entire genome for $1,000. So like, yeah, this article was published in 2016, a touch outdated, super outdated. And so they probably have, yeah, they're pretty much like on track for, you know, pretty much like sequencing your entire human genome decently accessible. Obviously, like $600 or $1,000, like not super. If only. However, this offer is not yet available to everyone, as the high-sec X10 system is available only as a combination of at least 10 high-sec X machines, with each machine costing around $1 million. This system could sequence the genomes of 18,000 humans per year. However, even if DNA sequencing costs are declining, questions still remain about the generation, storage, analysis, and interpretation standards for genetic data. This issue is of particular relevance for direct-to-consumer genetic testing. Even if whole genome arrays by genome-wide single nucleotide polymorphisms, CHIP approaches, are subsequently replaced by whole genome sequences. Well, that's just like one set of instruments. Yeah, this system could sequence the genomes of 8. So like if you have like, yeah, that's fair. Unless like birth rates continue to decline astronomically. For DNA sequencing, a DNA source is required, and interpretation of the genetic data generated requires information about the source, such as clinical data or private data from the patient. Right. So this is the main message, again, just to reiterate, of like, yeah, when it comes to like trying to come to conclusions about your genetic information, as they say here, not only is a DNA source required, but to interpret the genetic data, It requires information about the source, such as clinical data or private data for the patient. Obtaining more information about the source improves the quality of interpretation for the genetic data, and thus their scientific and medical value. Right, so again, just to reiterate, by looking at the DNA sequence alone, in isolation, not say anything about ethnicity, country of origin. However, these new approaches require even faster technology, as previously reported. In 2012, Oxford Nanopore Technology introduced a new sequencing system called Minion, based on nanopores, pores with a diameter between 1 and 100 nanometers. Super tiny. This technology has two advantages. Sample preparation is very simple and does not require expensive reagents, and longer reads can be obtained. There's there's nothing to forgive. Ignorance is not, some inherently bad thing. And if anything, I commend your willingness to learn. That's a good and admirable quality, at least in my opinion. However, the error rate, 4%, is currently too high for most of the applications envisaged, including medical diagnostics. Nevertheless, this technology may, in the near future, provide real new opportunities for direct-to-consumer testing services. Indeed, in medicine and in industry, the key issue is the relationship between specific genetic sequences, not necessarily restricted to single nucleotide polymorphism or potential causal mutations, and particular diseases, with a view to guiding treatment and developing new drugs. This relationship is the key to the financial value of DNA data and may be the premise underlying the development of two-sided platforms, such as that of 23andme, for obtaining large numbers of samples and considerable amounts of information, research, and industry through a direct-to-consumer genetic testing service. These approaches are based on DNA banking. DNA sample collections may differ considerably in several critical ways: storage, confidentiality, requests, purity, and quality. These aspects and the differences in them between collections raise ethical issues. Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same page as you. So now, the ethical aspects of the model is 23andme. The two-sided market model of 23andme can be considered a case study. This model raises important ethical questions about genetic testing, DNA banking, and research relating to autonomy, ownership of the body, data obtained from the body, and informed consent. The people sending samples are not considered to be patients. They are instead considered to be consumers, and the majority are healthy. They are given the opportunity to give informed consent for participation in scientific research, but they primarily sign a commercial contract and pay for the purchase of a service offering genetic testing. When obtained, consent is not given during an individual medical consultation with a physician or a genetic counselor at a hospital or in a doctor's surgery. Where it's like, yeah, it's a little bit weird. I need to hydrate a bit. Yeah, well, all Star Trek references are welcome here. Where it's like, yeah, it's a little bit weird that, like these companies, well, 23andMe, like yes, I guess technically speaking, they are not providing genetic counseling. But they are just kind of providing information, genetic information. And very often there's I would characterize it as medical information. But it's medical information outside of the context of a doctor's office. And no medical doctor is consulted, or like no genetic counselor is involved. That doesn't sit right with me. The clients give their consent alone via their computer at home. This setup raises a major ethical issue, that of the autonomy of the individual in particular, and the right to access to his or her own genetic information. In France, oral information explaining the goal of testing is considered necessary. According to French civil law, the individual does not own his or her body, not asked directly for genetic health tests to be directly. Interesting. According to French civil law, the individual does not own his or her body, not asked directly for genetic health tests. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not understanding it correctly, but it doesn't sound right to me. Where it's like, the individual does not own his or her body. Furthermore, so that maybe I should do a separate stream on like well, companies trying to patent genetic information. But like as of right now, it could be wrong, but last I checked, I don't think a company has the ability to patent human gene. I think attempts have been made, so far unsuccessful. But I probably need to update my information. Furthermore, it remains a matter of debate whether individuals really have the right to access their own genetic information, their own DNA. Instead, a physician must prescribe the test with the approval of the Agence de Biomédecine, or Biomedicine Agency. Moreover, the test cannot be performed by a private company, but only by a public genetics laboratory, also approved by the Agence de Biomedicine Agency. So this seems right to me. Yeah, corporation, not a doctor. And it seems like at least in France, like for actual genetic testing, it looks like you have to go to a genetics laboratory that's been approved by a biomedicine agency. So like that, that seems correct to me. A medical diagnosis must be based on the sequencing of specific genes to be considered accurate. The need to protect privacy is illustrated by the family imbalances, preventive and curative surgery following diagnosis, and discrimination by insurance companies that may result from poor regulation. So it's like, yeah, basically, you want genetic testing or, genetic sequencing. It seems like in France, you need to go to like, pretty much like a medical agency, who, get that done. And there needs to be some sort of like medical application for that. Yeah, exactly. Several studies have focused on genetic tests and raised the issue of the apparent ethical conflict between two concepts of autonomy. Some specialists from different countries prefer to maximize autonomy, whereas others support the notion that autonomy is only effective if accompanied by protective measures. Some authors have suggested that one of the prerequisites for autonomous choice is that the person is able to understand the information provided and to provide a rational argument for his or her choice. The degree of autonomy of the customers of companies, such as 23andme, is highly variable, depending on genetic competence. Indeed, we can assume that the individual's knowledge of genetics, family history, and the penetrance or pathogenicity of the disease will determine his or her ability to evaluate the benefits and risks of genetic testing and the consequences for members of his or her own family, to compare tests prescribed by a physician and non-prescribed tests, and to compare the different direct-to-consumer testing companies in terms of the quality of the services on offer. Let's see. Okay, this is just a whatever, an infographic or a figure about pretty much how information flows, but not super critical. Two major problems relating to autonomy are immediately apparent here. The problem of scientific literacy and the lack of training of physicians in genetics. Indeed, it has been shown that more than half the individuals buying genetic tests online subsequently consult the physician to discuss the result. So, like, to me, like, that's a problem. Where it's like, as a result of the information that they're getting from these companies, where it's like, it's, getting them to go, like, intuitively or, like, instinctually, it's, yeah, people seeking out a medical professional is not inherently a bad thing. Then, most people are aware that, whatever, the majority of people don't have enough access to doctors or medical professionals. And so, like, yeah, seeking out a doctor, like, not inherently bad. But, like, if as a result of, like, the information that they get from their genetic testing, they're going to see a doctor, like, it's almost like these companies are, like, fear-mongering. Where it's like, if they're sort of, like, getting medical information, or, like, medical advice in the information provided by these genetic testing companies, that's a little bit alarmist. Then it's like sending them to their doctors. I don't think that's a good thing, necessarily. I can maybe make the argument also, like, well, if this encourages people to seek out, medical attention, and maybe, like, get screened for things that they should be screened for anyways, it's not inherently a bad thing. It's more like, company appears to be planting the seed in these people's brain that, this is medical information. And in order to deal with this medical information, they understandably go see a doctor. I don't think that seed should be planted in the brain. Like, oh, this genetic information is medical information. It might therefore be a good idea to create a direct-to-physician genetic reporting service, or at least an optional service of this kind, effective before and after the purchase of the kit. Such a service would ensure that physicians were better trained in the interpretation and explanation of genetic tests, and would ensure better counseling and follow-up for users, while providing users with greater autonomy. It would also make it possible for the test offered by 23andme to be considered a real medical diagnosis test, rather than as simply providing information. This vision of autonomy differs from those prevailing in the UK and the US, in which all individuals wishing to have access to their genetic and medical data are free to do so, provided an agreement has been reached with the family of clinical analysis, regardless of their level of genetic knowledge and the conditions of the service on offer. The press has reported incidents in which families requesting genetic tests via the internet have learned, from the results obtained, that the presumed father was not the real biological father, or in which the biological father has found that he has children that he didn't know existed. 23andme warns its clients in advance of the possibility of such discoveries being made through its tests. See the website and blog of 23andme, and seems to have resolved this problem. Yeah, that's fair. I think I understand where you're coming from. It nevertheless remains legitimate for civil society to pose the question as to whether private companies should be able to reveal such information through so-called phylogeny or health report genetic testing, rather than through official paternity tests, particularly if they do not ensure, other than virtually, that this choice was consented to by all of the people concerned by the results, and not just by the principal person concerned. Oh, Chutoy, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always great to see you. This is how you need to rail. Yeah. I know. Maybe one of these days, I'll, I'll rail endlessly against, whatever the topic and drama is of the day. But today is not that day. I'm hoping for as long as possible to stick to my wheelhouse and provide information. Information that might not be, never most engaging, but it's engaging to me. I like these things. Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to see you. Always happy to have you around, and I hope you're doing well. And actually, so I was on Prime's panel yesterday, and we were talking about, well, it was an article about New Zealand and them passing legislation. Let me see if I can bring it up. It was this. The taxing of cowbirds, angering farmers. Because, understandably, farming is huge in New Zealand. And I think, if I remember correctly, like there's like, more cattle and like, goats and sheep than people. Animal agriculture appears to be a huge part of their economy. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm an expert in animal agriculture in New Zealand. But my position was, if taxing, cowbirds, results in less people consuming animal agriculture, then I'm all for that. Or like, if this tax on cowbirds results in increased prices on beef, then to me that reflects kind of like the true cost of beef, where like I don't think the cost of beef is like just the flesh. It's the raising, it's all of the emissions with it, and so like I think that cost should be taken into account. Snowflakes. Okay, well, aren't farmers supposed to be the real men? But it's a little bit surprising that they're snowflakes. Yeah, it's a little bit like, I understand, at an intellectual level, that this is their livelihood, right? This is how they make their living, and I assume, I don't know for sure, but I assume that these farmers, like their farming like goes back generations. This is like a family business, right? Like I assume it's just like passed down from one generation to the next, and so like this is like the foundation of like their livelihood, and like there's a long family tradition probably of farming and animal agriculture, and so like I can totally see how like if the government or the public is going after your livelihood, or like your family tradition, I can see how that would anger them. Okay, this is good to know, and then why I like having the ability to engage with people all over the world, right? Because I know only what I read about New Zealand. I've never been there. And it's good to at least have, a little bit more of a first-person accounting. Where it's like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me either, that they're treated poorly. And yeah, the science denial, don't have a lot of... I try to be compassionate, but it is definitely a challenge for me to be compassionate with the science denial. Yeah, like, and, you know, based off of most of the things that I read about New Zealand are, like, pretty positive. And if anything, I can see myself living there. And your prime minister, I think Jacinda Ardern, or Jacinda something, seems to, you know, at least be a reasonable person. Again, from what I read. And of course, you know, who can forget the Lord of the Rings, right? All the more reason to like New Zealand. And yeah, I think somewhere down the line, like, we should have a conversation. Yeah, and I think we've touched upon what some of your disagreements are, and also, like, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm any sort of expert on the politics of New Zealand. Again, it's only from the articles that come across my newsfeed or that catch my attention. Let's see. Yeah. Where was I? Yeah, yes. Here. Okay, yeah, right here. It nevertheless remains legitimate for civil society to pose the question as to whether private companies should be able to reveal such information through so-called phylogeny or health report genetic testing, rather than through official paternity tests, particularly if they do not ensure, other than virtually, that this choice was consented to by all the people concerned by the results, and not just by the principal person concerned. For preventive surgery, the best known case is undoubtedly that of an American actress who underwent prophylactic double mastectomy following positive results in a genetic test for the breast cancer. I believe they're referring to Angelina Jolie specifically. Whereas, like, yeah, underwent a preventative, that's just a fancy prophylactic, fancy word for preventive, double mastectomy. So basically, like, double breast removal following positive results in a genetic test for the BRCA1 gene, or breast cancer 1 mutation. In the wake of her decision, an increase was observed in the numbers of BRCA1 and 2 tests and of prophylactic double mastectomies carried out, over and above the principle of not doing harm, which is called into question by major, potentially traumatic surgery. This approach also raises questions about the principle of autonomy, because there may be a risk of abuse in the long term. Indeed, if such practices were to become systematic, insurers might have the right to oblige their clients to undergo testing if they have a family history of disease, particularly for genetic predispositions to cancer, due to the costly and debilitating nature of targeted treatment if the disease is diagnosed late. Yes, totally. Name. I know his name. Yeah, Angelina Jolie did play Tomb Raider Lara Croft. And overall, like, she's a good actress. Now it's, like, bothering me. Like, a prolific actor, and I'm good with actors. Like, in Mission Impossible, some westerns. Right, Jon Voight, father of Angelina Jolie. So ethical issues also arise within the testing company. These issues include the dematerialization and digitization of data, the anonymization of genetic data, the confidentiality of self-reported information, and the storage of data and samples. Indeed, when informed consent forms and the commercial contract are signed digitally, the consumers provide the company with their names, together with a set of personal information about themselves and their families relating to health and ethnicity. Right, so here's going back to what I was saying earlier. As they're describing here, there are people who voluntarily give out personal information about themselves and their families relating to health and ethnicity. So, like, they are relying on these people to freely volunteer the information about their ethnicity. Because, like, without it, they cannot say anything about ethnicity. Where they can't take an unknown DNA sequence or unknown genetic information and compare it to the known. They need that known quantity or that known information. Well, I mean, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah, the human body being, well, I mean, that's literally, like, they are selling genetic information, right? I mean, I guess they're technically not selling your DNA, but they're selling your DNA sequence, right? There are definitely some important ethical questions that, like, gotta grapple with. The company states on its website that names, addresses, email addresses, and bank data will not be disclosed or used. Nevertheless, such information significantly increases the medical, scientific, and financial value of the data. It is therefore unsurprising that the contract stipulates that data, DNA, and biological samples will be kept and may be reused in other research if the consumer consents. With the multiplication of this transaction by hundreds of thousands of individuals, the company is well aware that its consumers have not only paid a few $100s on each on average for genetic testing services, but have actually sold their samples and information for inclusion in a major biobank database for use by scientists and doctors. But what are the consequences to the consumer? Can separate pieces of information about an individual be brought together, particularly as concerns the consumer's name and important items of personal information? These issues have not been sufficiently explored by the company, which seems to safeguard its own interests more strongly than those of its consumers. Although 23andMe received Institutional Review Board approval for its research protocol and a revised consent document in 2010, indeed, Genentech has paid $60 million in total for the whole genome sequencing data of 3,000 23andMe consumers with Parkinson's, with the aim of generating new therapeutic target leads. So, like, yeah, $60 million for basically genetic information of 3,000 people. So, like, I don't know, is that like $500,000 per person? I want to do the math. This also coincides with philosophical questions of reductionism. I'm not a reductionist, and I think this is a good example why. A single gene is not anybody's, but a whole genome has a belonging to a very little number of people, likely only one. So, obviously, you're way more versed in reductionism than I am. But identical twins are a thing, right? And so, like, the example that you gave, that holds true if every single person has a truly unique whole genome. But, like, what about in the cases of, like, actual identical twins? Where, like, yeah, the identical twins, virtually identical. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the positive feedback. I think even Dr. McCoy has outdated information about genetic testing. But yeah, so they paid $60 million for 3,000 pieces of information. So 60 million divided by 3,000. Right, yeah, so they're paying $20,000 per piece of genetic information, or for per whatever genome sequence. Reductionism is the idea that higher level properties can be reduced and fully explained at a lower level. Biology can, in theory, be explained. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, but that's a good analogy because I can understand that perfectly. So, like, very often, physics is viewed as, like, you know, the ultimate fundamental science, right? Because as you say, as you go down the funnel, I'm familiar with the funnel of reductionism of, like, you know, biology, really just like whatever, a zoomed out version of chemistry. You zoom into chemistry, and then like chemistry, just a zoomed out version of physics. And so like, yeah, you just zoom into physics. So yeah, despite large amounts of clear illustrated information about the phenotypes and or diseases revealed by their analyses, the robustness and accuracy of the chip used for testing are not perfect at individual level, and not all of the mutations detected have been validated by Sanger sequencing, thereby potentially mixing false and true positives. A client may therefore unknowingly carry a deleterious mutation that may be reported in the information delivered by the company, or may knowingly carry such a mutation that is not identified in the results delivered by the company. The risk of false positive or false negative results for these tests is the principal concern of the FDA and its approval process. Right, so this is a key thing to keep in mind of like the technology. First of all, again, they are not sequencing your entire genome. It is not full genome sequencing. And even then, even though they're just sequencing a snapshot, or like a few snapshots across your genome, these snapshots are not a fully accurate picture. And so, as they say here, there is the risk of false positives, false negatives. Or again, if these companies are like providing sort of like medical information, or like, you know, they're in the ballpark of genetic counseling, then as they say, you might be telling someone that they have, you know, whatever, some sort of genetic anomaly when they don't actually have it, or a false negative, where it's like, oh, they actually do have some sort of genetic anomaly, but given the fact that this testing is imperfect, it was not caught by the sequencing. And I think that's a problem. However, in the context of a study of several thousand people carried out by GWA, genome-wide array, if I remember correctly, missing a single nucleotide polymorphism in an individual is not a problem because there are thousands of others. At an individual level, missing an SNP may have much greater consequences. The previous economic model was based on low prices to attract more consumers, providing more data and biological samples to be valorized and sold. The 4 rounds of investment in this company may have been designed to address the problem of the probable lack of benefit from this side of the market, though the second market had been established. This second market has now been established through the collaboration between 23andme and Genentech. And yeah, Genentech, huge, as I said earlier, huge biotech company. Like, pretty much regarded as like the first biotech company. According to, and founded by Herbert Boyer. And Herbert Boyer was like a famous biologist, molecular biologist, or biotechnologist. We're like, yeah, I believe they were one of the first to synthesize insulin. Yeah, founded Genentech. Yeah, Genentech's approach to the first synthesis of insulin won out. Well, yeah, there were multiple efforts to synthesize insulin, Genentech's approach won out, and that pretty much like whatever put them on the map, why they've been so successful and world renowned. You know, revenue 26.4 billion in 2020. So like, you know, a behemoth biotech company. And 23andme is, you know, collaborating with Genentech, at least at the writing of this article. According to a French Agence du Biomedicine, oh, Wick, or Death of Certainty, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Shout out to Wick. Let me just see if I can do this properly. So we are covering genetic testing, and right now we're just touching upon some of the ethics with genetic testing. And I was totally lurking in your call-in show earlier with Allison. I was entertaining the idea of calling in, but I didn't have time because I was prepping for this stream. Oh, and also welcome, Zero Ohms. Always happy to have you here. So, according to a French Agence du Biomedicine Agency, I should just translate it because my French is awful, report on genetic tests published in 2014, there is currently no consensus definition of a genetic test, and very few countries have adopted specific legislation relating to genetic testing. The principal countries to have done so being Austria, Switzerland, Germany, and Portugal. In the United States, genetic tests for medical purposes are accessible without a medical prescription and are billed by the laboratories concerned. And yeah, like, I'm not sure, like, these genetic tests should be available without a prescription. Oh, and Rabid Wombat, welcome. Yes, as someone who lives in Quebec, you can totally trust the French. Yeah, happy to have you here, Rabid Wombat. However, 24 American states have prohibited divulgation. That's just a fancy word for divulge. The action of divulging of the results of, I've never seen it like that, of a genetic test in the absence of a physician. Okay, so actually, I think this is probably a step in the right direction. Of like, yeah, if you basically, like, you need the presence of a medical professional to, like, get the results of your genetic tests. That's good. Nevertheless, companies selling genetic tests via the internet, such as 23andme, at least before they were prevented from doing so by the FDA, report the results of their tests directly to their clients. According to this French medical institution report on genetic tests dating back from 2008, this is permitted because genetic information is not considered to be particularly sensitive in the US. But maybe it should be. I don't know, that's super interesting to me, actually. Of like, you know, I think most Americans, or at least a significant portion of Americans, are concerned about privacy, and like privacy above all. And yet, at least based off of what they're saying here, I don't know how accurate it is, but it seems like, you know, but when it comes to your genetic information, it seems like they're more lax about that, or like it's not particularly sensitive to us. But like, isn't like almost like the most intimate information about you, your genetic information, to some extent? Like literally, like deep in the nucleus of your cells. Instead, it is seen as ordinary personal information, unless supplied by a genetic test governed by the FDA. Nevertheless, increasing numbers of genetic privacy laws have been passed in the US in recent years, by contrast to Europe, which now seems to be moving in the opposite direction. Indeed, the European Union is increasingly moving towards the broader and freer circulation of data for research purposes, according to the French Biomedicine Agency report published in 2014. The UK has recently gone further because the Human Genetics Commission, responsible for providing the British government with expert advice, now considers that it would not be desirable to ban tests bought over the internet, simply because it would be impossible to police such a ban given the freedom of access to the internet available today. Given that it's not practical to police it, which, like, I understand the rationale, then it's like, yeah, might as well make it legal, right? Because, like, what good is a law if you can't enforce it? However, it did recommend the establishment of a certain number of guidelines concerning test quality, the information transmitted, and the qualifications of those carrying out the test. The proof of this shift in position is that 23andMe entered the British market in December 2014, about a year after it was banned by the FDA, the US. Ireland, Denmark, Finland, the Netherlands, and Sweden have all accepted the sale of the 23andMe test in their territory. So yeah, there's a 23andMe Europe, and there's a 23andMe Canada. I guess there's a whole bunch of other whatever flavors of 23andMe. It might be possible for France to follow the same course of action. Most countries are currently facing a change in the definition of health data, much more complex than any previously observed, which has been neglected for far too long. It is now possible to generate health data with non-certified medical technologies as simple as a smartphone or any kind of connected object. Is it really the fault of 23andMe for having understood this issue, or that of the health authorities for not having thought sufficiently deeply about it? Which, like, is a valid question. And, you know, there's a larger conversation to be had of, like, how do we feel about, you know, self-diagnosis, or companies diagnosing us, or providing the information to do a self-diagnosis, or our devices diagnosing us, right? It seems like we're moving in that direction. If not, I think in some aspects we might be already there, right? Where it's like, you know, we're taking the doctor out of some, you know, medical diagnoses or medical decisions. Not sure how I feel about that as of right now. But, like, in many developed countries, particularly I can speak to Canada, like, there's a huge shortage of healthcare workers, medical professionals, doctors, nurses, well, pretty much like anybody that any healthcare position. There's a shortage of that position. And so, like, you know, would if putting the power of diagnosis, or to ease the burden on the healthcare system, you know, allowing people to either self-diagnose or, like, through genetic testing, through their devices, like, I guess that might be a step in the right direction. But I think, you know, I think the better overall long-term solution is more medical professionals and doctors. To me, I see that as a band-aid solution, or like that's a reflection of a failing healthcare system if we have to rely on, you know, genetic testing companies or devices to, like, diagnose or screen patients. The data and samples that 23andMe lend to different research teams also raise two other ethical problems. The inequality of access to data and samples between research teams due to differences in financial resources or nationality. As the laws of some countries are not compatible with the patentability of human genes, one direct consequence is a significant bias in the race for publication in international tenders. The issue of the patenting of human genes is far from resolved, particularly in the US and in European countries such as France. In the emerging world of targeted molecular therapies and genetic tests for diagnosis and prognosis, these questions will need to be addressed. Which, like, yeah, article is about 6 years old. But, like, yeah, this issue of patenting human genes still ongoing. Where it's like, make my position clear. I don't think, well, I'm against all intellectual property anyways. So of course, I don't think genes should be patentable. In the emerging world of targeted molecular therapies and genetic tests for diagnosis, there are already inequalities between research teams in terms of the production and use of scientific knowledge. Through access to high-quality scientific publications or various new technologies, probably due to significant qualitative and quantitative differences in resources between countries and between research teams in the country, should access to and use of knowledge be based on the financial clout of a team or its scientific intuition, particularly if society hopes for new ideas to emerge in science. Another link that would merit closer scrutiny is that connecting 23andme to Google. Google was one of the principal investors in all 4 rounds of financial investment in this company. Google may be interested in the web behavior information for its search engine activity, and in the self-reported information and genetic information, which may be of use to subsidiary companies. For example, X, originally Google X Lab. This idea raises other ethical issues due to the transhumanist vision of Google, with its growing monopoly on the emergence of new technologies, ultimately resulting in a lack of competition and, in some instances, possible threat to democracy. Which is like, that might be a little bit more alarmist. But, whatever. Here we are 6 years. Not, I don't think genetic testing or Google necessarily played any sort of big part of it. But at least I think it's fair to say in the United States, the past couple years, there have been, some hints of like some strong. Oh. I've never encountered that before. Apologies. Indeed, after 5 years of investigation, the European Commission accused Google of abusing its dominance of the market in April 2015. This example illustrates the difficulties inherent to companies attempting both to provide services and to relay information. 23andme should therefore carefully consider the risks they face, because in this instance, the products are biological materials and health data. 23andme had the brilliant and original idea of responding to the desires of the population at a large scale. In accordance with legislation, they offer consumers genetic data obtained with current technology, and they aim to create a valuable biobank with data and DNA from 1 million individuals. This new two-sided data banking market is developing more rapidly than consumer protection laws. Right, yeah. As no surprise, laws lag behind the technology. A profound ethical reflection on the practices of this new market model is therefore required, taking into account the history of 23andme and other companies. By communicating more openly with clients and with the press about its data banking activities, 23andme might help the wider community to perceive the benefits of such a large-scale donation of data, genetic, medical, and personal, to companies through the purchase of a kit. Greater communication would also increase transparency concerning the second market, which is essential for the development of a lucrative data-selling enterprise. Again, this is likely the ultimate goal of these companies, is to amass data, genetic data, health medical data, ancestry data, and sell that. Because again, companies are for-profit companies. As it would suspend the distrust and interrogations, some based on pure fantasy, of consumers, the scientific community, and the press. As expected, following the provision of more information and tests to the FDA, 23andme was granted FDA authorization on February 19th, 2015, first to provide reports about Bloom syndrome carrier status, and more recently to provide consumers with carrier status information for 35 genes known with high levels of confidence to cause disease. Further authorizations are likely to follow, because ethical reflections on testing practices are now underway. In conclusion, full information and an open mind are essential to prevent misunderstandings. This synergy between 23andMe and its research and commercial partners may extend well beyond what the consumers initially sought, with predictions for the future in which DNA molecules are used like crystal balls. It could result in new class actions like those already experienced by the company. We may now have no choice but to deal with a new form of two-sided market model that is likely to inspire other companies in the near future. For these reasons, it is essential to anticipate developments through the ethics reflections proposed by European and Canadian bioethicists to help these companies to grow and to allow scientific research to progress, while maintaining the best possible protection of individuals. We think that 23andMe should provide more information about its data banking activities to clients and the press so that society can be made more aware of the benefits of such a donation of data, genetic, medical, and personal, through the sale of the kit via the internet. And yeah, at the very least, I think the greater transparency needs to happen. What exactly are they doing with all the data they're amassing? Certainly, it can be used for good. We have this, clear example that I went through with this collaboration with 23andMe. There was this breakthrough study about depression. I think there's potential for some bad. We recommend greater transparency, pretty much what I just said, concerning the second market, the sale of the data obtained. If such an approach had been employed from the outset, much suspicion and many questions, some entirely based on fantasy, from consumers, the scientific community, and the press might have been avoided, together with the class action against the company. However, companies such as 23andMe are raising key questions that we need to address concerning autonomy, ownership of the body, data relating to the body, and informed consent in the new digital age. It has now become necessary to define new rules validated by all for the use of different balances between consumers and patients, the services offered, and private and public healthcare, freedom and justice in a democratic, liberal, globalized background, if we wish to construct a new world in which the patient is fully respected by innovative genius, enterprise, and international law. So yeah, I think this conclusion, pretty good conclusion. And points towards a direction that we should go in, at the very least of greater transparency. And yeah, no competing interests. This was mostly just like, well, it was an ethics article because it's published in BMC Medical Ethics, British Medical Journal. I think it was pretty good, broad overview. Let's... This. I don't need this. Too many tabs. Then... Oh, and I guess the last is, so looking to wrap up the stream. I gotta go to bed soon because I have a workout stream planned for tomorrow afternoon, and I don't want to be exhausted for that. Second. Thank you, Chutoy. Much appreciated. Always happy to see you. But I'm going to just cover this. Decently short article. Like, the highlights are clear. I was like, okay, well, so, I think it's fair to say, at least based off of the data that I've seen, that, vaping appears to be only getting more and more popular, especially in the younger crowd. Where, we've gone, like there was a brief period of time where tobacco smoking was like on the decline, and that like there's more and more non-smokers, but then like now it seems like vaping is just like trending upwards, where it's just gonna be like we're gonna be where we were 30 years ago with tobacco cigarettes, but just like with vaping. But vaping may be just as dangerous to vascular health as smoking, study finds. The health risks associated with smoking are well established, but researchers are still working to understand how e-cigarette use impacts heart health and blood vessels. And like, yeah, the science is still in its infancy. It's not obviously not the most sophisticated technology, but like it's a new technology, and like these are they're technically like new compounds that people are inhaling, and I don't think we have a really good full understanding of what these compounds. We definitely don't have a good understanding of what these compounds are doing or the effect they're having on the long term, as like vaping hasn't been around that long. Two studies demonstrate that both cigarettes and e-cigarettes harm blood vessels and may cause damage to vascular health. People who vape or smoke can work with medical professionals and other supports to quit and develop habits with fewer adverse effects on the body. Smoking and vaping are two common practices that may negatively affect health. However, the full extent of health problems related to vaping is not fully understood. Two recent studies published in Arteriosclerosis, Thrombosis, and Vascular Biology found that vaping and smoking can cause damage to the cells that line blood vessels. This information further proves that smoking and vaping are harmful to health. Smoking cigarettes can be detrimental to health. Smoking may cause damage to key body organs, including the lungs, heart, blood vessels. The CDC notes that the leading cause of preventable death in the United States is smoking. Vaping is similar to smoking, but it's not the same thing. Vaping is when people use a battery-powered device or e-cigarette to achieve an experience like smoking. While e-cigarette aerosol doesn't contain all the same chemicals as traditional cigarette smoke, vaping can still cause damage to the body. Non-study author, Lauren Wold, cardiovascular expert and associate dean for research operations and compliance, the Ohio State University College of Medicine, explained, both combustible cigarettes and e-cigarettes are known to have devastating effects on human health, including lung, heart, and brain dysfunction. Both cigarettes and e-cigarettes are addictive and have lifelong consequences on health, which can transfer to your offspring. Recently, e-cigarette use has been shown to cause issues with heart function that are similar to combustible cigarette use. And e-cigarette use while pregnant was also recently shown to cause long-term consequences on the lungs of offspring. Is vaping safer than smoking? So again, there doesn't seem to be a lot of research, but as of right now, it seems like, from what I understand of what I looked into, like the overall consensus is that it does appear like vaping, like on average, appears to be safer than smoking. And as sort of like a harm reduction practice, if a cigarette smoker is able to like transition to like vaping, I believe that is seen as a benefit, like a step in the right direction. But I don't think we quite fully know all of the consequences of vaping. The two studies examined the effects of vaping and smoking on endothelial function. Endothelial cells are a critical component of the body's blood vessels. One way to examine endothelial function is to look at arterial flow mediated dilation, or the ability of arteries to dilate. The first study examined arterial flow mediated dilation in rats after exposure to distinct smoke constituents in cigarettes and e-cigarettes. So this was a rat study. And so that's something to keep in mind, where, can you translate findings in rats directly to humans? Probably not. But this doesn't nullify the findings or the conclusions. But ideally, this leads to more research, and maybe, hopefully more research on humans. You can understand or speak with confidence about the effects on humans. They found that FMD decreased with all types of exposure. In exposures with higher amounts of nicotine, however, there was a greater decrease in FMD. Researchers also looked at the response to smoke after severing vagus nerve in rats. The vagus nerve plays a key role in several body functions. including regulating blood pressure and heart rate. The researchers found that problems with FMD were eliminated after the severing of the vagus nerve. Based on these results, researchers propose that the damage to the endothelial function is caused by initial airway irritation that then impacts the signaling of the vagus nerve rather than by specific chemicals found in cigarettes or e-cigarettes. Welcome, Buckle. I got 100% radical leftist. That's the genetics that I got. Just got one-page report in bold. All right, let me know. Yeah, the genetics that I got is 100% radical leftist. One-page report, big and bold, radical crazy leftist. And I think there was like a footnote saying, you know, don't reproduce, don't spread your genetics. Study author Matt Springer, PhD, professor of medicine at the University of California, San Francisco, explained to Medical News Today, vaping is not harmless. No single ingredient of tobacco smoke or e-cig vapor is responsible for the rapid harmful effects on blood vessel function. Just inhaling irritating foreign material is enough to cause the problem. The second study looked at endothelial function in people who chronically used e-cigarettes and cigarettes, as well as people who did not smoke. Researchers found that people who smoked or vaped had lower FMD function, indicating poorer blood vessel function. They also found that vaping and smoking had slightly different impacts on endothelial function at the cellular level. Interesting. Do I consider myself pragmatic? I don't know. I don't know that I do. Or like, is there something that I've said on a panel or something that you've heard me say in a stream? Like, I'm all for practical. I guess, you know, I'm not against pragmatic solutions. But I am pretty radical. And like, I do tend to advocate for pretty radical change. Springer noted smoking and vaping can have similar harmful effects on the blood vessels, but each one also causes some potentially harmful effects that the other does not. Overall, both studies highlight the potential damage caused by cigarette use. And also, well, I guess maybe this is where my pragmatism comes in, where it's like, you know, I'm not fully against incrementalism. Where it's like, yeah, as much as I would like radical change and to kind of whatever overhaul the system, as they say. But if sort of incrementalism gets us to the same place that I want to go, then like I'll take that comp. Well, I guess there's some pragmatism in these two studies both had limitations that indicate the need for further research. For example, the first study strictly involved using rats, right? So basically, it's hard to translate the findings to humans. So there are limitations in how much the data applies to people. Further study on the impact of the involvement of the vagus nerve in the body smoking response may be warranted. I don't think you... Well, yeah, so the philosophical question is, can a radical recognize another radical? Right? Because, like, if I don't view myself as radical, but you know, I'm sure to Scott from Fabian Liberty, like, he views me as radical, right? But I think to other radical leftists, not radical, right? The second study measured endothelial function for participants at a single point in time, so it only provides limited data. The amount of serum sample volumes also impacted the amount of research that the study authors could conduct. Researchers also note that there was a risk for some variability in the FMD interpretations, and blood samples based on who was interpreting the data. Other outside factors could have influenced the health of participants. Finally, E-cigarette users mainly used older products, indicating the need for more research into e-cigarette products that are currently popular. Nevertheless, the data demonstrates the harm of both cigarette smoking and vaping. Overlapping potential health risks may also suggest that dual product use could be more harmful than either alone. An important implication is that partial switching from smoking to vaping, resulting in dual use of both products, may not reduce cardiovascular risk and may actually be worse than only smoking. No, bot. There's no harsh self-criticism here, Bokkel. No shaming of yourself here either, Bokkel. You are definitely not useless. You absolutely not that it matters, because like humans, I don't think should be boiled or distilled down to utility, and the only thing that matters is your utility. The only thing that matters that you matter as a human being, that you are not useless. So these data show that use of cigarettes and e-cigarettes can cause damage to vasculature, which can further contribute to heart and lung-specific effects. Therefore, stopping smoking remains the best way to promote individual health. Of course, quitting smoking can be a challenge, but it is possible with the right help and resources. Now, I have no reason, unless you plan to, violate TOS. Yeah, this entertains me to no end, of like this DNA sequencing machine with an iPod dock. Again, the lengths science will go to. So, I will be ending the stream here for tonight. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. I gotta get to bed, because I'll be doing a workout stream tomorrow afternoon, and I want to be rested for that. Let's see if I can find someone to raid to. I think we're gonna raid into Levelhead. Gonna set that up. Unless I can't. Welcome, Juicy. Thank you so much for passing by. Always lovely to see you. Okay, so I want to thank everyone that passed by. Bokkel, Juicy, Bob Marley, Chew Toy, Paul, oh, how can I forget Paul? Rabid Wombat, Wick, or Death of Certainty, Zero. I'm gonna be missing a bunch of people. But yeah, I want to thank everyone that passed by. It was great. Fantastic stream. And yeah, I plan to stream again, actually in about almost exactly 12 hours, at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll be doing a workout stream. Yeah, I'm going to the Void. Wick is not sending, I'm sending myself to the Void. So that will be my next stream. And I'm gonna make sure I get the raid to Levelhead correct. It will be some legs. I'll be doing some squats. You know, gotta work those glutes. Need those booty gains, as they say. You know, that's what gets you Instagram famous. So like that's the direction I gotta go in. But I'll be doing other things as well. And I'm also, you know, I might start working in a little bit more variety in my workouts. You know, just deadlifting and squatting. I think might get boring. True. Very true. That's all part of, self-care and self-love. Good principle. If you don't take care of your booty, nobody else will either. So yeah, we're gonna raid into Levelhead. Thank you everyone that passed by. And also thank you, thank you Cernu for passing by. And also thank you Cernu for requesting me to cover this topic of genetic testing, which I was more than happy to do. I'll always do my best to cover topics that are requested if I feel like I can do it justice or speak with some confidence about it. If someone requests me to cover computational chemistry, I gotta say no, because I'm an idiot when it comes to computational chemistry. So yeah, we're gonna raid into Levelhead. Thank you everyone that passed by, super grateful, and give a follow to Levelhead. They make great content. And yeah, until next time, take care and be well.